All right. Testing, testing. One, two, three. Testing the audio. Testing the audio one more time. Testing the audio one more time. And another time. All right. All right, as you can see what the title says. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right, we gotta go ahead and get this started. I didn't post this on Twitter. Let me post this on Twitter real quick. All right, let's go ahead and get this started. All right, my name is Lisa Ackman, bound about change, linked through passion. And the last stream we did not get to it. It was just mainly gaming, and I think I looked at some houses or apartments in Las Vegas. But yeah, I got some extra time today, and we're gonna definitely look at Nova Online, Tophiachu, some Johnny Elbows, and some Cyraxx, and maybe some wings. So about 5 Lolcows lined up, but definitely the main two is Nova Online and Tophiachu. Um, the reason why I've been meaning to learn about these two people mainly they seem so interesting. I see a lot of people talk about them, and I'm like, you know what? It's time for me to learn about it. I said, why not on stream? So we got a Turkey Tom documentary, or yeah, documentary. I know we're online first. Let's go ahead and get this started.
In the world of big business, there's an idea known as golden handcuffs. Companies will give their high-value employees lavish incentives to make sure they don't leave. Stock options, equity, bonuses, all ways to chain talent to one specific corporation. But what if instead of working at any high-value company, your job was making TikToks? And instead of vacations to Bermuda and a new Benz, the thing making you stay was millions of people watching you destroy your life on a daily basis.
This person likes to wear diapers and soil them.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. These are actually pretty decent.
But this TikToker is hiding a dark secret.
And the relaunch of the Discord server is coming soon.
It's 18 plus.
He like to wear diapers and soil himself. Okay. We're already started on kind of crazy. Granted, do I deem it as weird? Yes. But is it illegal? No. You know, who's he harming? You know, and I believe that's called ABDL or something like that.
The server got nuked! No!
Nova Online is a man who has been repeatedly exposed for his inappropriate interactions with underage individuals, and yet continues to document every step of his life online. From his hoarding to his wall where he smears bodily fluids, his food reviews.
Thing about these guys, like, they have like the worst traits possible. So I can understand maybe accidentally talking to a minor. I've seen a few cases where this guy literally did not know she was a minor, and vice versa, you know. But to be caught on multiple allegations, at that point, it's no accident. It's no accident, man. At this point, it's clearly a habit, and he clearly got something for the minors. And wait, and did he also say spreads bodily fluids on his wall? What do he mean by that? What the hell does he mean by that?
With underage individuals, and yet continues to document every step of his life online. From his hoarding to his wall where he smears bodily fluids, his food reviews, and his most recent dive into creating adult content, he's a busy guy.
I'm never making another Discord.
Lord have mercy. This dude is creating what type of content?
Server again.
He did in fact keep using Discord, and it went about as well as you can imagine. A total disaster. It's clear that at this point, Gabriel yearns for the attention no matter what form it comes in, chains from which he will never free himself.
This dude kind of like somebody I used to work with. I think the thing is, once the thing I see with these guys is, especially like Wings, the shit that they do is so bottom of the barrel that, like, I can understand, right? That, like, I'll be one of them. You'd be like, this is what I'm gonna do as a job, or whatever, quote unquote job. Cause like, it's so fucking easy to do. All you gotta do is literally connect out there to the internet, have a form of payment or digital payment, and boom, you're good. That's all it takes. What a joke.
And his most recent dive into creating adult content, he's a busy guy.
I'm never making another Discord server again.
He did in fact keep using Discord, and it went about as well as you can imagine. A total disaster.
I'm gonna also say this. Hold on one moment.
That at this point, Gabriel yearns for the attention no matter what form it comes in, chains from which he will never free himself. We've got a lot to talk about. At this point, Gabriel yearns for the attention no matter what form it comes in, chains from which he will never free himself. We've got a lot to talk about.
No!
Starting
So
to
I know
definitely
nothing's gonna
definitely
happen.
football. I think this video is pretty loud. Turn it down a little. I think this video is pretty loud. Alright, this should be better. Hopefully that doesn't hit.
You guys need to stop eating.
Hopefully that's perfectly balanced. If not, I can check it one more time for y'all. Yeah, that's weird. That's still super loud. Alright.
Nova began his content creation journey on YouTube,
What about now?
posting
That's okay.
Nova began his content creation journey on YouTube,
What about now?
posting
That's okay.
Let's Plays of games like Minecraft, Brawlhalla, and Fortnite.
What's up, guys? Magic Wizard with the 5th video I have recorded so far today.
As dedicated as he was, this channel was lost in the sea of other Let's Players trying
This
to do
should
the
be
same
good. The
thing.
audio
So
should
he
be
switched
good
platforms
now, so
from
it should be
YouTube to
perfectly
TikTok.
balanced.
And swapped his format
All
from
right.
video games to fast
Hopefully
food.
this is better now.
Try
It should be
Wingstop
great.
for the fir-
Okay, I'm okay with that audio. All right, let's start it off.
In fact, keep using Discord. And it went about as well as you can imagine. A total disaster. It's clear that at this point, Gabriel yearns for the attention no matter what form it comes in. Chains from which he will never free himself. We've got a lot to talk about.
So I know nothing's gonna happen.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to let you know I have gotten tons of comments and DMs asking about the weigh-in video.
You guys need to stop eating.
Finally, I can post real videos to my new LG style phone.
Nova began his content creation journey on YouTube, posting Let's Plays of games like Minecraft, Brawlhalla, and Fortnite.
What's up, guys? Magic
Typical
Wizard
games
with
to
the 5th
post.
video
Typical
I
games
have
to post.
recorded so far today.
As dedicated as he was, this channel was lost in the sea of other Let's Players trying to do the same thing. So he switched platforms from YouTube to TikTok, and swapped his format.
That's the thing, man. I don't really understand trying to switch platforms. It's not like you don't have the same amount of people trying to make content on other platforms. It's the same amount of people trying to make content on other platforms as well. So it's like I don't see what's the reasoning for that. I mean,
From video games to fast food.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. Cajun seasoned fries.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Wingstop is busting. I sometimes forget Wingstop is a restaurant because they don't sell burgers or whatever. But Jesus Christ, Wingstop is like goated in my eyes. Them fries, those wings, especially them boneless wings, crispy. Woo! Don't forget that wrench. I don't know what they put in that wrench, but that's not regular wrench at Wingstop. That shit is some miraculously. Woo-wee. I'm just gonna say that.
Okay. Mildly spicy, but nothing that I can't bear. These are actually pretty decent. 8 out of 10.
This video
Okay.
got millions of views, changing Nova's life forever. An ironic fan base formed around him, eager to see what he would review next.
Trying Ultra Sunrise Monster Energy. And if you're wondering why I'm not at home, I'm at my church for Bible camp.
Unfortunately for him,
That is
within a
church
matter
for
of
battle
just
count.
a few months, he was exposed for having an interest in diapers.
Wait. Hey. Wait.
This is obviously pretty strange, but in and of itself, it's not technically a crime.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, somebody's super weird, but at the end of the day, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Do what you like, do what you want, as long as it's not hurting other people or it's illegal, you know? Do what you want.
What might be is him sharing these strange interests with who he believed to be a 14-year-old girl.
Oh yeah, that's definitely weird.
Wonder why you are up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
Following this incident, he was subject to being incessantly exposed for his strange behavior.
They need proof of me to get me. They need proof of me probably helping for me to get arrested. Yep. Yeah, probably if you're 18 and older, you should not be talking to anybody 17 and under, especially regarding anything sexual. Me personally, I never looked at it as weird. I grew up playing video games, you know, online. Probably from the time I was, when did I start playing video games online? From the time of 10 years old until like just growing up, I was playing games online. Was I playing with adults? Yes, but nah, man, come on. And as a person that's over 18 now, when I'm online on a game, do I run into like kids or people that's 17 and under? Yeah, I do. I don't look at it as weird though. I just look at it as people sharing hobbies. Like when you're at the skate park or something like that, I don't look at the skate park as like an age limit should be at the skate park. Like, no, different ages enjoy skateboarding, and guess what? Everybody can do their hobbies together without it being weird, you know.
And chronically bothered by trolls, to the point where his life became a bizarro version of The Truman Show.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my motivation to shower, and
I find comfort in
Eating.
His house is essentially a hoarder's nightmare. He documented himself attempting to clean it, before promptly giving up when he realized it would take at least a little bit of effort.
y'all know me as the food review guy.
I'm gonna say this right now. How the fuck is he living with his parents or something? I don't know who house he's in, but come on, man. That's like the one of the major signs of like depression or like fucking like mental illness if you're hoarding. And I guess you can look at people who's like extreme minimalist, because like it's okay to have items in your room or items in your house to give it some personality, but you don't have to go to the extreme as like a minimalist who's literally there's nothing in there except for like straight up basic necessities, no type of personality, interest, or anything, just like the straight up basic necessities. And I'm like, what are we doing here? You know, what do you do in your free time? Do you not have any hobbies? But there's a perfect balance in between. There's like a lot of room before you get to like the radical left and the radical right. And he's definitely, I don't know where he would be on the spectrum for radical left or radical right, as in hoarding and minimalism. But that is disgusting, man. Clean your fucking, like, you got to do better. You got to do better.
karaoke guy, the guy that tried to do a house cleaning saga but kind of failed on that and is now cleaning his room at his own pace.
He also continued doing fast food reviews, only to reveal the effects of a pure slop diet on his bowel movements.
Hey y'all, so I think I'm gonna go stop going to the Wendy's that I normally go to.
After a series of
I'm gonna say right now. I'm gonna say this right now. If you are doing fast food reviews, that should not be a part of your normal diet. That should just be some shit you eat here and there. Because unless you got like high metabolism, if you're eating fast food already on a regular and then doing food reviews of it, dude, you just heading to a world of chaos. That is disgusting.
failed Discord servers, he attempted to create a new one in May of 2025, trying to bring his fan base together at long last. This server featured several channels containing not safe for work content, but Nova and his mod team failed to have a proper age verification system in place, reportedly allowing minors to be exposed to some bad stuff.
I'm gonna say this right now. That's totally not on him. It's kind of on the parents. Because like you're a child that's 17 and under just don't have a phone or some type of computer device randomly in their not their head, but in their hand with internet access and knowledge to be searching for this guy and to be up in a Discord to make profiles. You also got to make a profile to be in his to be in a Discord. You got to make a profile first. You can't just randomly join his server. I don't know. That's really not on him. That's kind of on the parents. If a 9-year-old or a 12-year-old somehow is in his server with unfiltered access, that's not on him. Even though, like, because like, I gotta think, like, if I had a Discord and I'm like, yeah, this is 18 plus. Hold on, let me rewind it, but maybe I missed something. But if I had a Discord, and I'm like, this is 18 plus due to like a lot of 18 plus content, and I'm like, just remember, 18 plus. You gotta be 18 plus. But unless I'm looking at ID checks through a webcam, I don't know if they're telling the truth or not. But what I do know is I have put in a stop to make sure I'm good on my end in case somebody try to say I'm trying to show content, inappropriate content to minors.
A failed Discord servers,
Maybe
he
I missed
attempted
something.
to create a new one in May of 2025, trying to bring his fan base together at long last. This server featured several channels containing not safe for work content, but Nova and his mod team failed to have a proper age verification system in place, reportedly.
They don't have an age verification check. Okay, he didn't have an age verification check. Okay.
Allowing minors to be exposed to some bad stuff.
The server rules clearly state you have to be above 18, but you gave a child moderator for singing in voice chat.
What the fuck?
He also used this server to beg his fans for.
Okay, he didn't have a check, which I don't know what type of check he would do, but like, say if you go to an adult website, they'll ask you, but like, that's the only thing they'll do, like, say to you is like, are you 18 plus? Like, and you got the right to answer yes or no. I don't know. I don't think that's fully on him. That's like, I don't know, man. That's fully on the parents. Like I said, you don't give unfiltered access of the internet to a kid. Just don't do it. And unguided, unguided access. Like, come on, man.
The server rules clearly state you have to be above 18, but you gave a child moderator for singing in voice chat.
What the fuck?
He also used this server.
Also, that is kind of weird. If you know your moderator is like underage, why would you have them as a moderator to make sure everything is 18 plus? Everybody's 18 plus. I don't know. That's weird.
To beg his fans for money, despite spending hundreds of dollars a month on useless trinkets and expensive DoorDash orders. And of course, he made sure to share with everyone that his diaper was, in fact, full once again.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Within a few hours, the entire server was hacked. Nova was on live stream when it initially went down, having a total meltdown over the loss of his Discord kitten community.
The server got nuked! The server! No!
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
And there goes the server. Seriously?
But then, something strange happened. While this meltdown seemed pretty sincere, given it was the actual moment that he found out about the server being destroyed, he then made a TikTok about it.
I'm never making another Discord server again. This is the motherfucking fourth.
To be clear, it's not weird that he made a TikTok. That is what he does. What is weird is that to me, this seems like acting. We know his real meltdown happened on the stream, but for it to happen again and to be so perfectly timed, he knew what he was doing. These meltdowns get him clicks online where people comment to make fun of him, boosting it in the algorithm. And to his credit, it worked. The video got 15 million views, and once again made him the subject of commentary channels.
So he's clickbaiting. I gotta respect it. I'm gonna respect it. He's clickbaiting. All right. He got some type of intelligence.
That hate him. Nova had officially achieved self-awareness of his status as an internet punching bag, even playing into it as his only means of any online relevance. This is where I last left.
You might as well play into it. Once you get to a level of that, like famous or infamous, you gotta play into it. It's like Tyrion Lannister said, never forget what you are, because the world won't. Wear like an armor, wear like a shield.
Left off with him, trying to recapture whatever semblance of relevance he once had by recreating his hits.
Can I get a French onion soup, please? I think it's time to recreate one of my most viral moments. Can I get a French onion soup, please?
So what's happened since then? Well, to say the least, his past has once again come back to haunt him. First, one of his former classmates named Casey came forward to share her experience with Nova dating all the way back to middle school. Over a 4-minute video on TikTok, she explains that he was a choir kid, but he wasn't accepted into the school's choir, so he made his own. What that apparently meant in practice was that he invited a bunch of girls over and told them that one of the requirements for his choir was for them to be comfortable with using exercise machines for music videos. I genuinely can't think of any reasonable explanation for this requirement, so I think we have to assume that Nova's gooning goes all the way back to then. The girl in the video eventually found herself in the situation of having to perform a couple of songs alongside Nova, but she decided she would rather not show up at all, which made him very upset, at least according to her. Later on, Casey claims that Nova asked multiple girls to go up to the front of the class, and once they did what he asked, he performed Love Me Like You Do by Ellie Goulding while giving the girls a Magic Mike style lap dance. Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't know, man. This girl can be looking for clout. I'm not sure. Or she could be telling the truth completely, but is he like forcing the girls to do it? If he's not forcing them, then I don't, like, why would you even go there, you know? I don't know. That's weird. Did they go to his house? Why would you even go to his house? Hopefully they didn't go to his house. I don't know. I'm like, Sunday stuff I'm trying to like. I don't know. It's weird.
it is official. Quirked up white boys are no longer allowed to bust it down sexual style. Any hitting of the yoinky spoinky will be met with severe unforeseen consequences. That song is still fire though, you can't even deny it. Of course, when she noticed the direction things were heading, the teacher stepped in and intervened, preventing Nova from permanently traumatizing a group of middle school girls. Besides this incident, Casey claims that pretty much every single girl that went to school with him was equally uncomfortable around him due to how touchy he was. And she closes the video off by sharing a video of one of their choir performances. As you can see here, Nova is the one in the red shirt, and his unique physique is pretty recognizable despite him being much younger. Now, as much as I'm sure everyone is
all right, she might definitely be telling the truth. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Kids, especially around that age, do not grow out of stuff. They grow into stuff. I remember I was watching a Law and Order SVU episode, and I forgot. I think like Benson said it or whatever. I don't know who said it, but I always had this quote in my head. Kids do not grow out of stuff; they grow into it. So it's like it's not devolving from that behavior. It's evolving into that behavior, you know. I think I forgot what it was referencing, but I'm like, damn, powerful quote. So now I do see like somebody just don't pop up, because this guy's in his early 20s, right? Somebody just don't pop up like him and basically says, I'm gonna be like this character. I'm gonna be this character, or I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have this behavior. Nobody don't pops up like that around 20 years old. You gotta always have that somewhat behavior and attitude, and now you're just like developing yourself into it even more as you grow older. So I believe it now.
Tempted to believe every aspect of this story, there are a few things to note. Firstly, this story supposedly takes place in middle school, so I wouldn't take it too seriously, to be honest. And secondly, we don't know how truthful Casey is being. I'm not accusing her of lying, I'm just saying, remember to take everything that isn't confirmed in these stories with a big grain of salt. Besides this former classmate of his, there was also a former friend of Nova's who was in contact with him since mid-2023, who was interviewed by two of Nova's main detractors named Solidus Nova and Bloodspeth. In this interview, she describes friend of Nova's who was in contact with him since mid-2023, who was interviewed by two of Nova's main detractors.
How do one? Oh yeah, no. I was about to say, I thought this shit said 53,000. No, he got less than 1,000 subscribers. So, and the Bloodspeth guy most likely does other content. He probably just doesn't do content on Nova. I was like, damn.
Named
I might have to do a Nova detractor channel.
Solidus Nova and Bloodspeth. In this interview, she describes reaching out to him out of pity. She saw how much hate he was getting on TikTok and was hoping that by striking up a friendship, she could ease his sorrows. But over time, she came to the realization that he wasn't just hated for being cringy, but instead for allegations of predatory behavior. Over several screenshots of their Discord conversations, Nova can be seen talking about his general downtrodden state of mind. What's up? My brother is mad at me. Why? I just need time for myself. It isn't your fault, it's mine for being a loser. In another one of these conversations, Nova answers a simple, hey, it's been a long time, with, I'm depressed.
Dude, is that Dave Blunt's in the profile picture? I don't know, it's kind of blurry. Like, it look like Dave Blunt's, but like, I'm not sure.
As hell right now. When asked about what was wrong, he says everything, before stating he has been prescribed antidepressants and has had multiple self-deletion attempts. His reasoning for these feelings is that he's been, quote, backstabbed, mistreated, and played with. Now, if he's truly having these very dark feelings in a very serious manner, then that isn't something to be played with. With that being said, based on the messages, the majority of his problems relate to his time spent online. A practical solution for someone like him would be to stop making videos and get a job. Both things that he is technically capable of doing. But as this video will make clear, his online infamy is somewhat of an addiction for him, and he thinks that the next hit is always just a...
I'm gonna say this, man. I think the people whose probably best interest is to get offline due to a lot of harassment, even though if it's warranted or not warranted, a lot of them don't do it. And the reason why is they like the attention and it's easy money. It might not be a lot of money, but it's easy money for sure.
Around the corner. From how often he brings it up in conversations, it seems like he's using the suggestion he will take himself out as a way to garner sympathy, down to the way he trails off every sentence with a ... like he's typing out a fan fiction on Wattpad. I don't want to make light of serious mental health issues here, but the last message he sends after talking about this is, not even the Trevor Project wants to talk to me. If you're unaware, the Trevor Project is the mental health hotline for LGBTQ people. As far as I know, he's not really LGBTQ, so I have no idea why he mentioned this hotline in specific. I don't even know if you can be...
He's not LGBTQ. I don't know, man. I just saw. All right, I don't know. I have saw or been informed that people who do cross dress are not all of them are not gay. So I guess you caught me right there because I was about to say, did I just see this guy in a dress? Okay, all right. That's still not proving he's gay or not. I can see that not all people who cross dress are gay. Okay, cool.
Banned or have your phone number blacklisted by the Trevor Project, but if that is true, you gotta wonder what he did to warrant that treatment. According to this former friend of his, he only ever initiated a conversation to engage in more self-pity and complain about his life, and had basically no personality that treatment. According to this former friend of his, he only ever initiated a conversation to engage in more self-pity and complain about his life, and had basically no personality besides that and his online persona. He never ever showed signs of taking steps to improve his life. What makes all of this worse is that Nova was explaining all of this to a girl who was still technically underage when they were talking. She claims that shortly after discovering him on Twitch playing Fortnite, she was invited into a call with him and one of his friends during his stream. But as enough time passed, he eventually turned his stream off, basically making it a private call between him and this minor. Nova's friend eventually took issue with this, and this is how she recalls it going.
Shouldn't be having a private call with a minor. Don't do it. I'm letting you know right now, don't do it. If you're gonna have any type of contact with a minor, I don't know, man. Because then again, I look at a minor is considered 17 and under, and I'm like, dude, when I was like 15 or 16, I feel like I was very capable of like spotting out bullshit going on out there on social media. Like, you wasn't gonna get me on no weird like sex trafficking thing. You wasn't gonna get nobody to lure me. Granted, you know, everybody is not the same as me, but it's very hard for you to try to like police. I say like somebody that's 15 to 17, like you can like a 9-year-old. It's kind of hard to police. Well, it's not hard to police a 9-year-old, but 15 to 17, it's very hard to police them. Cause like they're definitely trying to grow into their own and be who they are. I don't know.
He invited his friend, right? He invited his friend, and then halfway through he stopped streaming. It was me, him, and his friend, and then his friend goes, "You sound kind of young. Nova, how old is she?" And he goes, "I don't know." And he goes, "How old are you?" And I said, "I'm 15." And he goes, "Whoa, Nova, she's 15." And he goes, "Damn it." He screams, "Damn it," right?
Unsurprisingly, he had somewhat spurious motivations from the get-go. Although he never said anything outright sexual that we know of to this girl, he did convince her to tolerate him pretending to be a baby on voice chats, and even sent a few videos of himself in baby mode and hugging some plushie, as well as showcasing his iced out binky. Although their conversations never went beyond talking about hugging, I'd say that this could have escalated to something much worse given Nova's reputation. To me, this reads as Nova wanting to talk to someone under the guises of having mental health issues, only to then turn the
First of all, okay, say if you do talk to a minor, say if I'm talking to a minor, right? Say I'm talking to a minor, and for whatever reason, I don't want anything sexual to be a part of that conversation. And you I don't even know. Oh, wait, what is it?
"Whoa, Nova, she's 15." And he goes, "Damn it." He screams, "Damn it," right?
Unsurprisingly, he had somewhat spurious motivations from the get-go. Although he never said anything outright sexual that we know of to this girl, he did convince her to tolerate him pretending to be a baby on.
Yeah, pretending to be a baby. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. That should not be going on at all. At all. That should not be going on. That's ridiculous.
Voice chats, and even sent a few videos of himself in baby mode and hugging some plushie, as well as showcasing his iced out binky. Although their conversations never went beyond.
Jesus, man, look at that. I'm like interested in seeing a room tour. Like, I think one of my is that a PS5 on the TV? Yeah. It is a PS5 on the TV. I think one of my favorite things to always do online is like look at room tours, because I'm just your room tells me so much about you.
Talking about hugging, I'd say that this could have escalated to something much worse given Nova's reputation. To me, this reads as Nova wanting to talk to someone under the guises of having mental health issues, only to then turn the conversation towards his strange interest shortly thereafter. His real motivation in all of this. If he was allowed to talk to people all day about diapers and whatever else, I really doubt we would hear about his depression very often. But despite these people being somewhat decent sources on how Nova truly is when the TikToks aren't being recorded, these are girls, and Nova is known for behaving quite differently towards girls than he does with men. We also have testimony from a former coworker of his, who despite having a pretty superficial relationship with him, managed to offer up some interesting nuggets of info. For example, this person claims that contrary to Nova's constant pity party about how no place wants to hire him, at least in the case of the establishment they both used to work at, Nova wasn't actually fired, but instead he voluntarily resigned. Nova supposedly quit his job because, in his own words, he was making enough money from selling cameos and he lived with his mom anyway, so he wasn't in need of money. Not only
I mean, I'm not mad at that. Especially if it's a shit job, like, dude, that's another, I don't know. I'm not mad at that. If he's living with his mom and his mom's okay with him living with her, and he's making money doing something else, he doesn't have to have a regular job, then fuck it, we ball. Okay.
Is Cameo gonna come up again later, but it's actually come up before as a major issue for Nova. Cameo is one of the easiest ways to capitalize on having online clout. Basically, it's a website where you pay a few dollars for a celebrity to record a short video message for you.
Wandale Dingle.
It sounds pretty easy, but Nova also managed to screw.
I wonder with like all the AI, I wonder with all the AI stuff now, how profitable is that Cameo stuff now? Because like, actually getting like an actor in their voice to like do this and that or say that within like terms or legality or what they are okay with saying and doing. With AI, it's kind of like, but I think it would definitely, like, if I had a celebrity that I wanted to, I don't know, me personally, if I had a celebrity, I would still want them to legitly be saying it or doing the stuff that I requested instead of like having an AI model or whatever. But I'm wondering how profitable that company still is with the AI stuff. I wonder if it's still doing like the same revenue or has it decreased?
This up. When a TikToker ordered his services, Nova recorded a shout-out video where he doesn't once name the person he's shouting out. This obviously renders the cameo completely pointless, as he could send that same exact video to literally anybody. When he deservedly got a 1-star rating, he contacted the TikToker on Discord, begging her to change her rating and even offering to record another video. Unfortunately, he never recorded that other video. It just goes to show how—
God damn, he's fat right there. Okay, so you telling me you got one job? This guy has one job to record a fucking video for one of the people that sent the money for him to do the video, and you tell me he's most likely just filmed a video a few days ago or in the past and using that video as like a ruse, and he's not legitimately like making a video dedicated to this person's request. Fuck out of here, dude. You're a piece of shit for that. That is some low ball, low energy, conniving, scamming, unethical piece of shit right there to do. Dude, if I was doing cameo, and for $5 my cameo is, I say anything you want if it's reasonable, and I like record myself saying it, of course. Why would I have a pre-recorded video just saying some basic shit and so I can pass that on to other people as well, so I can just keep copying and pasting? Like, it's so weird, man. Like, I hate when people get opportunities like that. That is a cool opportunity to do. Do you know how fucking kick-ass and badass that is to have somebody want to request yourself to do something like that? and you just sit right here and bullshit them and do a copy and paste video to them. Come on, man.
Lazy and incompetent this guy truly is. With this much of a non-existent work ethic, there is no chance he could ever stop working and just do cameos. Another thing Nova's coworker says is that his roommate claims to have witnessed Nova wearing diapers. Only now have I really considered the logistics of Nova, a wet diaper enthusiast, working at fast food establishments. How would you feel if a greasy-haired, unbathed, bed-bug-ridden, wet diaper-wearing Nova online served you your food? Or even worse, what if he was the one cooking it? He's practically a walking OSHA violation. I actually don't know how he gets hired in the first place. Unfortunately, the coworker didn't.
I'm gonna say this right now. They'll hire anybody in fast food. They'll hire anybody. Trust me. And most likely, I think they do get like some type of tax benefit or something like that. If they're hiring people with disabilities, it looks good for the company and the shareholders, if I'm not mistaken, and they get some type of tax cut. So, and I'm pretty sure he has a disability, right?
Have much to offer besides that, as they didn't spend much time together. But that to me is also notable, because when girls give testimony of their experiences with Nova, they always report him trying to get as close to them as possible. But when it's just a dude, it's like he makes no effort whatsoever to try and establish any kind of relationship. While the information these
Okay. So he's willingly ready to get close to females and not eager to get close to guys. Okay, I guess the guy's not gay then. Okay. He just like to put on like the Sailor Moon dress. And I guess diapers doesn't make you gay. I mean, whatever. Okay.
These two brought forward is pretty interesting. It totally pales in comparison to other developments that took place after my last video about Nova, also relating to his past. Although it hasn't been something I focused on, one of the most notable incidents during Nova's online presence is the Uncle Drew meltdown. For context, in March 2023, during one of Nova's gaming streams, this randomly took place.
God damn it! Motherfucker cocksucker! I swear one of these days! I'm feeling my uncle, and I'm not gonna put up with any more of this! I'm done! No, I'm not fucking okay!
To the people watching at the time, it was really hard to make out what Nova was even trying to convey.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I don't know what he said right
there. He
there.
stayed mostly quiet and turned his face cam off, until he half-heartedly explained what caused the meltdown.
If you've seen the Discord, you'll know what happened with me and my uncle again. We got into another argument. It was for a bullshit reason too. I forgot plans that we had made for Friday and I had scheduled something else. And then he got angry at me because I forgot.
With online trolls, no matter how aggressive and disruptive they could be, Nova for the most part would just respond by becoming despondent and feigning depression. Uncle Drew, on the other hand, was the one person that made him completely drop the act and go nuts.
And I'm not gonna put up with any more of this! I'm done! I'm done!
It's the unk factor that no one takes into account.
It rhymes with Uncle Funko.
Eventually, Bloodspeth managed to contact him and get some information directly from Uncle Drew. Nova was sheltered, only child, growing up afraid of everything. The relationship between us was good. I'm the only one to spend time with him, learning how to fish, work on cars. Grandma got him gardening. His mother and father got him into the computer as a way to babysit him so they didn't have to. If you take away his internet access, he has classic withdrawal fits, screaming, just going off like any spoiled single kid.
I'm not gonna lie, you take away internet for anybody in this modern day and age, they'd probably do the same. But I'm not really understanding the uncle thing right now.
Awkward, shy, and afraid of his own shadow. It's TikTok that told him who he can be and that he can do what he wants. There is no right and wrong to him, only what TikTok says. His own words. While these are interesting and definitely shine some light on the true character of Nova, according to Drew, Nova lied about what they had argued about. When he was asked about when their argument started, Uncle Drew replied saying he found out Nova had been lying to him about 2.5 years prior, but he was unwilling to say what Nova was actually lying about. There was no argument. There was him crossing a line. I put him on the spot over it, and it eventually led to me turning my back on him. It was him going on TikTok, saying false things, and acting like a pervert. That was the final straw. He needs to be under a doctor's care because he has issues, obviously, and if he's being a perv online, how long before he eventually acts on it?
So his Uncle Drew is holding him to the standards of what society should be holding him to as well, like what I guess. And like, yeah, you can see like he just said what he said. Like he needs to be under doctor's care because he has issues. Obviously, he's a pervert line. So how long before he actually acts on it? Yeah, if he's already, I'm telling you, like I be looking at the predator catcher videos. Ooh, that's another thing we can look at too. I look at the predator catcher videos, and I see guys that's 40, 50, 60, 70. Those guys do not just wake up at that age and be like, I'm going to be a predator. That's something that's been in them probably forever. And that's been boiling. And I don't know if they finally acted on it. Hopefully that's their one and only thing, but probably not. They already, there's no way you wake up at 40 or 50 years old and say you're going to meet a 12-year-old. There's no fucking way. Nobody randomly does that unless you already had that behavior boiling in you for a while now, for decades.
Already been kicked out of the church and cost my sister her position because of his sexually inappropriate questions and his TikTok videos. Honestly, if I ever caught anyone harming a child, I would be hard-pressed to not put a bullet in someone for such crimes. I've made it clear to his TikTok friends threatening me that I'm always armed, and Nova knows this. Bloodspeth then asked Uncle Drew if Nova's TikTok followers had been harassing him, and Drew confirmed, adding that they had also been targeting his sisters, meaning Nova's mom and his aunts. The interview then comes to a halt as Drew says he's in the hospital and is on medication and would rather not say anything else. It seems he was the only person in real life who was truly alarmed by the absolute degeneracy Nova was getting up to, and that's probably why Nova hated him so much. He was the one man unwilling to enable or tolerate his disgusting lifestyle, unlike
So he's not bending, breaking, or folding. He's holding Nova's candle to the flame. Okay, I get it now. All right, cool. All right, that's good to know. Nova's acting like a child. Okay, he can't get his way. He throws a temper tantrum. Okay, this makes sense. I'm like, what did his uncle do to him again?
like the people who had joined Nova's Discord servers. A few months later, Uncle Drew was sent the pictures which had leaked of Nova wearing a onesie and sucking on a pacifier. In response, he asks whoever sent him this stuff to report it to the local sheriff. I'm 18 months in the hospital, so he knows I can't come slap the crap out of him, so please call an officer. Most of this I had no knowledge of, and if my brother were alive, he would have been on top of it and made his life miserable. His mom is a I don't see it so it doesn't happen type. My respect for her is less than zero.
Tell you one thing, and I'm not
So
ashamed
it's in
to
the
say it.
negatives.
My estimation of Nova Online as a man just fucking plummeted.
She's not answering my calls or messages, so again, she don't see it. A useless parent. She also lives on the internet, so good luck. Personally, I'd give him a good old-fashioned trip out behind the garage and bust his ass until he never wanted to see a computer or iPhone ever. We tried, but Nova has irresponsible parents undoing everything positive by not backing us up.
I mean, the dude is over 18, so there's nothing they can do about that. You can say kick him out the house, but even then, like, that's not gonna really stop his behavior. Because I still think he does probably have a good amount of money saved up to where he can still. Well, he don't even gotta have a phone. He can just go to like free Wi-Fi places and still make videos and stuff like that. I'm about to say he can probably not have cellular service, but even then, like, if you're homeless, you can still go to like a random place that has free Wi-Fi and just hook up and make content like that. I don't know.
And now there's nothing I can do to prevent it. I'm the only person that he had a healthy respect for. He learned the hard way when he said I wouldn't do anything right before he hit the floor. And I offered him the ability to get up and challenge me again. If I had my leg and the injuries healed up, I'd show up, let myself in, and pop him in his head and wait for law enforcement. And we would pull up his stuff and view it together and let them do what they can. Now, despite Nova's behavior,
I don't know. His uncle sounds kind of performative right here. His uncle sounds kind of performative.
I do want to say that a personal uncle vigilante moment is not something that I endorse or support in any way. I do not think that any physical violence.
Hold up.
Nova's behavior. I do want to say that a personal uncle vigilante moment is not something that I endorse or support in any way.
I know I might be this is some fat shit to say, but that burger is busting. That shit looks good as shit. Ooh-wee. I wonder where he got that from.
I do not think that any physical violence is a good idea in any form whatsoever. If any action should be taken by anyone, it's law enforcement in these scenarios.
See, I just watched the video, that clip right there of him boxing, and then like I feel like he's like playing into it of his like degeneracy role, and that's why I fucking like Cyraxx. I think Cyraxx is like my ultimate favorite locale, because Cyraxx, he's generally thinking, like, Cyraxx is not performative in my eyes. He's just like, it's like 100% legit with that dude. He thinks he's in some type, I don't know what the fuck he thinks he's in. He thinks he's in like a fucking wrestling promo. He thinks he's like in a fucking anime show. He thinks he's in a fucking TV show, a movie, and whatever. He's like some type of main character. Like, I can sense like this Nova guy is somewhat aware. So like I think he plays into it, which depending on what, like I said, if he's not harming nobody, I can care less. But Cyraxx, he's completely unaware of how he looks. Like when he just makes clip out the clip. That's why I just fucking love his content.
I doubt that's going to happen either way, but no one should be busting anyone's lips open over this stuff. Regardless, Drew does allege several things here. Nova's father had passed away, and his mom is his primary enabler, actively ignoring and pushing away anyone who will question her son's activities. Sadly, just 1 month after these messages were sent, Uncle Drew passed away, presumably due to whatever caused him to be in the hospital for 18 months. It's worth noting that in his obituary, it said that he spent his life working in special needs care. To me, this is interesting because when it comes to discussing widely hated internet figures, sometimes people will bring up that they're disabled in some way as if to justify the bad things they've done, or at least excuse them from suffering the consequences of their actions. If I am to believe this,
that's Chris Chan. Chris Chan is also another favorite locale of mine. It's just the guy is like, I feel like he's kind of reached his peak as a locale in my opinion. Because like I said, dude, Cyraxx is like somebody who I feel like he tops everybody. Like, he's just a person that tops everybody, as in fucking like locale greatness. Oh yeah, we can look at some Chris Chan too if y'all want. Lord God Almighty is coming soon. Repent, ask Christ in your heart. Be born again. Depression and emptiness of soul. Fear of death gone. True love, hope, peace, joy, and eternal life found. KJV John 3:3-7. Dumb 888. Thank you for that comment, man. I think you might legitimately be like the first or second comment on my Rumble channel. Thank you for that comment. Unfortunately, I don't believe in that in your religion. That's not really my thing, but I do respect your religion. So thank you for your comment.
Obituary, Uncle Drew spent his life working with people who were actually disabled. So,
and let me type to make sure he might still be lurking around. Hold on, sorry, I'm about to pause the screen a little. Thank you for the comment. Delete. But all right, let's go back to streaming.
At least in theory, he knew the difference between someone who is genuinely special needs and someone like Nova, who takes advantage of everyone's tolerance to do whatever he...
I had something to say about that. I do agree. Every person that I done came across, for the most part, on like low calness, definitely have like disabilities. it's just when they have these disabilities, you can be like the friendly disability person where you're like, you're happy, you're just doing what you do, and you still might be off. Or you can still be like that piece of shit where it's like, you're a piece of shit. You need to be monitored because you're doing some crazy things and you need to be taken care of. But even then, you don't even gotta have a disability. I just think a lot of these guys are just unaware unaware to society of how they look.
Pleases. Ultimately, all I can say to Uncle Drew is rest in peace. If his account is true and righteous, then if it weren't for him and Nova's dad when he was still alive, who knows how bad things could have gotten before anyone else intervened. Especially given the fact that Nova could have avoided his entire downfall by simply purchasing one of my hats. This beanie is available only at turkeytom.shop. It's useful for any event, okay? You can wear it with the suit, you can wear it to the mall, you can wear it on a live stream, you can wear it to a crime scene. And this is not some lowbrow, cringy YouTuber clothing, okay? This is actually high quality stuff. It's good, it's epic. Everyone loves it. As you can see, the design here has a monkey on it because I like monkeys. And by purchasing this clothing, you are directly supporting the channel and all of its endeavors, and it means that you personally endorse every single thing I have said, am saying now, or will say in the future. But if there's one person's actions you wouldn't want to personally endorse, it's Nova Online. It's hard to tell when exactly Gabe's unique urges began to show in real life, but we can actually figure out when they began manifesting online. KF user Osama bin Laden, I assume not the real one, but you never really know these days, managed to find Nova's old Quora account under the name Nick Nyadine. We know that this alias is him because it also shows up in the descriptions of a YouTube channel with a lot of videos that clearly show a much younger Nova, as well as a Twitter account that's tied to him.
And I would just like to say thank you. Again. I've gotten over 100 views on my epic and epic card trick shots.
It's pretty shocking to see.
Damn, that dude, he's young as hell in there. That's like definitely middle school, right? Maybe at the max, at the most freshman year of high school. That's definitely middle school though. He's super young in that. Holy fuck.
Nova before the greasy hair and the Discord mod physiognomy.
But you see like how he's talking and his energy and stuff? Granted, there is some people who, there is a small minority of people who grow out of who they used to be and like kind of evolve, but like, like devolve from what they are to like evolve into a new person. But some people just evolve into what they already are and just keep going and keep going.
Overtook him. It's even more shocking to see that 10 years ago, he was already making the same exact kind of content he still makes today, recording himself on an iPhone opening Pokemon cards. To this day, he still opens random trinkets, toys, water bottles, whatever his fascination of the week is, he opens them on TikTok. Also, another side note, his introduction here is clearly him imitating Jacksepticeye, who Nova was probably watching a lot at that time.
Ladies, my name is Nick99, and finally I can post real videos to my new LG style phone. So today I have an amazing video for you today. Merry Christmas to all. So I'm going to be showing you Pokemon figures I got for Christmas.
This is also reflected in his early YouTube content. Based on this, it seems his original intent was to make an honest-to-God gaming channel and have that succeed.
What's going on, YouTube? It is the phenomenal 9912334.
I like the short hair look. I think the short hair look is, it's a cool look for him.
Coming back at you with an update video today. And first of all, I would just like to say my channel is ultimately dead. But that might all change.
You can criticize Let's Players all you want, but those guys do have to work to make their channels succeed. Especially people like Jacksepticeye or Markiplier, who have managed to maintain audiences over the course of the last decade and a half.
Yeah, I will say this. For what it's worth, I don't think you gotta be some type of max. These guys are like max professionals, and they do stuff that other streamers or content creators don't do. But I think they just hit the lotto of like a bunch of people following them, and like they're able to. I think the hardest part not even gaining a following, it's to sustain the following. Because like there's a few people I remember watching, I'm like, yeah, I used to like this guy, but then again, like their content just didn't interest me no more. I kind of just like, this is not for me no more.
Nova, meanwhile, gave up on trying before he even had a half-decent microphone. He grew impatient with his lack of success, and ultimately, when he finally blew up, for less than stellar reasons, he let the entire thing consume him, rather than trying to make something people actually cared about unironically.
Today, we're gonna break down and finally do it. Guys, we are finishing our 100 fishing challenge.
It's really weird for me to see these old videos of Nova as someone who's made a few videos about him already, because you can clearly see that in another timeline, he could have grown up to be a normal person, but something went terribly wrong along the line, and now we're stuck in the bad ending. Based on Osama's findings, the final crack that sent Nova barreling down the black hole he currently finds himself in took place in 2021, as that's when he began following the teens in diapers topic on Quora. Right around the same time, on Nova's Instagram, he was saying that he had been having mental breakdowns, describing them as pounding headaches. Hold on, you're telling me that Nova is suffering from sudden physical symptoms caused by his mental problems, he has mommy issues, and he's overweight and greasy? This is ringing a bell.
It's good to be in something from the ground floor.
One of Nova's posts on Quora was a reply to a thread someone else made. This person was asking if they should be worried that their 17-year-old daughter is age regressing, to which Nova said this: "You should not be worried at all. She might be dealing with mental issues like I have recently. I'm also 17, and your daughter might be a part of the Age Re community, which is a community of teens and younger adults who regress voluntarily or involuntarily. There are different stages of regression: infant, toddler, and kid. It seems like your daughter is at stage 1 regression, which is the kid stage. Don't be ashamed if she goes into the toddler stage either. They use sippy cups and pacifiers. I use them as I use them as well if I age regress as well. So at 17."
So I am familiar with the ABDL community, actually due to the fact of me coming across a older video of Nova. He introduced me to that community, and kind of did some research on it, and yeah, some of them might be doing it for some type of fetish to sell to people interested in that, and some people are doing it as a way as a coping mechanism for whatever they're dealing with, and some people just, like I said, at the end of the day, just have like have hobbies, and some are definitely weird hobbies. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, they're still like the age that they normally are, you know. But there's people who say I see my age as this and that, you know. I don't know, man.
Years old, he was already using pacifiers and sippy cups. Parents are usually worried about catching their kids doing drugs or drinking, but imagine if you check your son's bedroom one day and you find binkies and diapers. All of the stuff Nova eventually got in trouble for doing were things that had been brewing for years up until they blew over. And as his former Discord friend showed, even after being exposed, he continued looking for minors to get in contact with. As commentary channels ramped up their attacks on him as a
I feel like anybody who plays Minecraft has that trait of being, you know what.
Consequence of new information coming out, Nova began watermarking all of his videos, not just visually, but also in audio form.
And I think I'm gonna go with the Pepsi Wild Cherry Zero Sugar.
Exclusive property.
So let's go ahead and pour about half of this water bottle into the soda stream.
This was just one of several defensive strategies Nova concocted to prevent people from making fun of him. For example, if you go check his TikTok, you can notice that he records a lot of his videos in an indistinct location outside of his house, or he uses a green screen filter to cut out the background. If you're wondering why this is, it's because of the Horde.
But Turkey Tom, what is the Horde?
You see, the Horde is an eldritch being distributed between Nova's bedroom, living room, and kitchen. It's rarely seen due to the fact that Nova is self-aware enough to know that people will point it out, but not self-aware enough to actually do something like clean it up. Its body is composed of a wide variety of empty frozen pizza boxes, cereal boxes, food packages, trash, actual uneaten food, and it will continue to slowly increase in size until it consumes us all.
You think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created?
I'm gonna say this right now. Anybody who legitimately lives like that, I don't see how you can do it, man. Like, every time I come to my area, my house, my home, my room, it got to be clean. Like, I get to a point where I let shit slide here and there. Like, I'm such a clean freak that I hate not being able to make up my bed before I leave to work. Cause like, I know what you're saying, like, oh, you should actually just make up your bed when you wake up. I'm like, nah, cause like I like to lay around sometimes. And like, I wish I was extremely more disciplined. Like, no, as soon as I wake up, I'm like, get up, time to do this, time to do that before I head out to work or whatever. But overall, like, I can clean my room real quick, tidy it up, and leave out, might, wipe down the sink or whatever, and boom. Vacuum the floor that I mainly use, that I mainly walk on, and call it a day. Like, I really take pride in like my area to make sure it's neat and clean, because guess what? If I don't do that, nobody does that for me. And like, one of the main things, like, it's so weird because like the main thing that takes up my time is making up the bed, because I sleep freaky like fucking wild. Like, I'm all over the place like sleeping, right? So with that being said, I don't see how people do it, like, because like me coming back home from work, and then like a lot of times I go from after I leave work, I go work out, and I come back and like just to kind of decompress from the day and like, chill out for a bit. And like, me walking into my room and my bed is not made up, kind of pisses me off. Like, god damn it, And I'm like, I already felt attached in the beginning of the day due to me. Also, that's due to me rushing. Like, I gotta go. I gotta hurry up. But yeah.
Specialists speculate that the Horde exhibits similar powers to the fungus from Resident Evil, as it can take over people's minds and make them incapable of self-reflection, so they never develop the capability of cleaning the Horde up. Case in point, Nova.
Also, I'm gonna say this. The reason why I like granted, you can be as clean as possible. You're still gonna have like random bugs here and there. But one thing I don't like is fucking rats, mices, roaches, insects. I do not like none of that, right? So one way to mitigate that is to be clean. Now, I'm not like a clean freak where I'm like dusting shit down. I don't know, like taking it to a real extreme, but like, I'm definitely like a neat freak.
Its first victim. After being repeatedly made fun of for living in a hellish hoarder pigsty, instead of doing something about it, he made a video deflecting, saying that his bedroom is actually neat compared to the rest of the house, which he claims is way worse and is full of roaches and maggots. This is one of the funniest things ever said on video.
You think my bedroom is gross? You should see the rest of my house.
To me, this really seems like an attempt to pass the buck to his mom, as if she is the one responsible for the house being a complete hellhole and not him. While it's difficult to track the progress of the Horde and the general filth it extrudes all over Nova's living space due to how careful he is when he records videos, symptoms of it do occasionally appear in the background whenever he slips up. For example, one of the most notable instances of Nova exposing his grimy living room situation is the poop wall, also known as the blood wall. In videos he recorded while lying down on his bed, you can see that the wall behind him has these dark brownish stains. While there are many possible origins, scientists in the comment section speculated that these streaks are the result of Nova picking his skin, or maybe scratching small wounds until he bleeds, and then running his fingers on the wall. Alternatively, people also theorize that those stains come from him killing small bugs due to his house being infested, obviously due to the Horde. Others have guessed that it's from his butt. They guess that it's Dookie, okay? That's what they're guessing. Honestly, it could be some combination of all three, but whatever the case may be, there's really no downplaying how extremely nasty
This dude out here ass been golding it up, man. Ugh, that's nasty. Just wiping your fucking
space is. Usually we only see Nova from the chest up, or he's outside. But when you see him in a full body shot inside his bedroom, it's frightening to see how he looks so small, as he is being completely engulfed in the ancient evil living in his home. Seriously, Nova puts Asmongold to shame. It's almost impressive how he can even live in these conditions and go unbothered by it. To be fair, besides Uncle Drew, Nova has proved himself to be pretty unbothered by pretty much everything. Although he likes to play up how depressed he is to garner sympathy, everything people say about him at this point clearly rolls off his back. Even when people actually cross the line in a serious way, like showing up to his house in real life to insult him, he just yells back at them.
Read the sign! No trespassing! You two!
You gotta envy how low cortisol this guy is, even in the face of adversity. Literally, nothing can spike his levels. Not even people showing up to his house in real life unprompted.
I'm gonna say this. Now, this might sound a little bit crazy, but I like how there is some locals out there that refuse to like, and I guess this is what also contributed them to being a local, is that they refuse to like, to give up. Like, they refuse to give up. Like, how many locals can you honestly say like you didn't read and ran off the internet? It's like, I don't know. My knowledge of locals is not that much. I only follow like a handful. Even then, like, if they're not on the internet, like we don't get to see nothing of them. So like, something deep down inside me like, yeah, no, actually, I don't want them to leave, but you know, maybe they should if they're trying to do illegal shit.
I think he realized that him being harassed IRL attracted people's attention, so at a different time, he tried to act as if there were trespassers on his property, even though no one was there.
If anyone's on my property, get the f off of it! Gabriel, stop yelling at that, especially like that. You don't yell like that out the door at this time of night. What about our neighbors? I have a strict no trespassing policy, you know that.
Ultimately, the only thing he truly cares about is bringing attention to the slop he puts out on TikTok. Which brings me to the next thing I wanted to talk about, his content, if we can even call it that. It's mostly remained the same since he was a preteen. From his karaoke videos,
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up a man. They say who murdered three.
to taste testing disgusting looking fast food that he can't be bothered to properly edit, so every other take ends with him reaching his finger to the pause recording button on his phone. Because he's incapable of conceiving of content besides the things he's already been doing for years, he can only introduce variations within his area of expertise.
I will say I have noticed that like the content he does is just like very low effort. Like I'm not even sure if he's tried editing a video. Like that's why I'm kind of like hesitant to like fully go into like reaction content and like just streaming games and posting clips, because like I just feel like that's like the easy way of making content. But then again, like it's kind of hard to like, I don't know, to think of like stuff out of that box, because that stuff interests me. I am like gonna be doing more drawing content here and there, but like even then, like I don't think, like I don't know, I'm just I feel like I might be somewhat of a perfectionist, and like damn, what's that one word that describes me? Oh my god, it's gonna kill me. It's basically like, oh my god, I can't think of the word. I'm almost there. I don't know. I can't think of it right now, but and I'm like, oh, I want to make sure like the content I put out is like pretty good quality. But then again, I also say like when you first start off doing something, it's not gonna be the best. So that's why I'm also like still doing this. I'm still like doing this type of content. But like this guy has been doing the same content for like how long? And like it's like, come on, man, like. But then again, like if those like I don't know, TikTok is weird. Like I see TikTok views on TikTok and I'm like, God damn. But I know for a fact, I don't know. It's just TikTok is weird. Like I see people on TikTok get so many fucking views. Like you would think they're some type of mega star. It's fucking insane.
For example, instead of
and like the content he's doing is just so like low quality, like food reviews, opening fucking cards. I don't know.
Reviewing fast food, he's recently taken to reviewing grocery store snacks and even water.
Waikio water versus Voss. Two very expensive waters going head to head.
The interesting thing about this is that despite each individual item he buys being relatively inexpensive, he was actually spending a decent amount of money on all of these items. KF user Typhlosion Tuesdays managed to tally up everything he showcased in his videos for the majority of January 2026, which added up to $428. It's not a totally insane amount of money per se, but it is quite a bit to spend on takeout and snacks, especially given that Nova is unemployed and constantly complaining about his money problems. As for how he actually pays for all of this crap, it's probably some combination of the money he gets from TikTok gifts, the occasional cameos that I assume at least some people are crazy enough to pay for, and most likely his mom's money or food stamps. Of course, due to how much he clearly mooches,
he probably gets disability too. Does he get disability? I would think so. Or his mom might actually, I don't know about his mom. She might get disability or she might have retirement or something like that.
Off of his mom and does nothing productive for society, her, or himself all day. This is one of the go-to critiques of the people who hate watch him, that he should, you know, improve his life and maybe get a job.
What's up, guys? It's me, Chills, and welcome to the top 11 ways to scare Nova online. Number 11.
And I'm not gonna put up with any more of this!
From late October to early November 2025, he did briefly have a job at Popeyes.
Oh, procrastinate. That's why I'm the type of person who loves procrastinating. Cause like I like to think of every situation possible. Like I need to avoid this, avoid that, and only engage in this. It's like, come on. You can't think like that.
But within 2 days,
sorry, I had
he had
to
already
like literally
lost
think
it
of that
and
word.
claimed that he should, you know, from late October.
I had to literally think. I was like, "What is the word that describes what I normally do? Procrastinate." I'm sorry. I had to think about it. I had to come back.
October to early November 2025, he did briefly have a job at Popeyes, but within 2 days, he had already lost it and claimed that it wasn't his fault. During a stream he did soon after the firing, he gave up some information and context on what happened.
I mentioned that I didn't want to work with minors, and they didn't like that, so they fired me. It's not f***ing funny. Every ounce of thing.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm a manager of a fucking fast food restaurant like Popeyes, and this dude, if a 20-year-old dude comes up to me like, "Look, I don't want to work with minors," I'm gonna say why. Cause like usually when you work with minors, they might, I think 16 is the minimal. 15 might be the minimal, right? I think 15. 15 is the minimum for working like in fast food restaurant, or 15 or 16, right? And I'm like, why don't you want to work with minors? And like my thinking is, at the end of the day, no matter how old you are, whether you're young, old, middle aged, whatever, we all got one job to do. We come into work, do our job, and get paid for it, right? So it can be shit people, young wise, older wise, normal age wise. So that's not, I don't, and then I'm like, well, it's like, it's not about the age of the person, it's about the character. You tell me like, come on, so that's not the case. Like, I don't base your personality off the age you are. So then you tell me I don't want to work with minors. I'm like, why not? Are you attracted to them? I'm just gonna call it a buck, you know. I'm just gonna have to say it. I might have to go ahead and get you out of here.
The dignity I've had since Friday has now been lost.
And maybe we've been left with less than what I had before. Fuck off, I'm not clip farming. If you don't want me to get angrier, stop. And you guys don't want to see me angry. I was so excited to finally start working again, and then they came around and spoiled it.
Obviously, people suspected that he wasn't telling the full story here, and eventually he was rage baited into giving up more information on what really happened. It all started when one guy in the chat said, "This guy worked at Popeyes and my sister got him fired," to which Nova responded by saying this.
Oh, it's your sister, huh? Tell her I said piss off. I knew it was one of my trolls that got me fired. Your sister is going to get what she deserves. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna let karma do his work. Knew it! Galaxies aren't gonna fix my mental scars. Thanks for the gifts. I appreciate it, but it won't make me feel better. Someone spread terrible rumors about me and got me fired within 48 hours.
It's not really surprising to anyone that he would blame his trolls for how bad he managed to make his own reputation. You can't be this much of a degenerate for this many years without word going around and locals finding out what kind of person you are. So I don't think he'll be holding a job anytime soon. But despite that, I'm sure Nova was perfectly happy to have an excuse to continue being unemployed so that he can spend all day live streaming on TikTok. After he lost his job, he briefly teased, or should I say, threatened, to do something very radical to make some money.
Already applied there, already applied there, already applied there, already applied at the gas station, they didn't want me. I'm tempted to start an OF. I'm desperate.
The fact that he even brought this idea up means he probably already intended to do it, which is not that surprising considering that in the past he sent some interesting pieces of media to his old Discord server. Even Thwoinky embargo has officially been terminated effective.
No, I'm sorry.
Feel better. Someone spread terrible rumors about me and got me fired within 48 hours.
It's not really surprising to anyone that he would blame his trolls for how bad he managed to make his own reputation. You can't be this much of a degenerate for this many years without word going around and locals finding out what kind of person you are. So I don't think he'll be holding a job anytime soon. But despite that, I'm sure Nova was perfectly happy to have an excuse to continue being unemployed so that he can spend all day live streaming on TikTok. After he lost his job, he briefly teased, or should I say, threatened, to do something very radical to make some money.
Already applied there, already applied there, already applied there, already applied at the gas station, they didn't want me. I'm tempted to start an OF. I'm desperate.
The fact that he even brought this idea up means he probably already intended to do it, which is not that surprising considering that in the past he sent some interesting pieces of media to his old Discord server. Even Thwoinky embargo has officially been terminated effective immediately. All of this is besides the fact that he's also on record admitting that he's bought some intercourse-related paraphernalia.
What is the craziest, most out there purchase you've ever made online? And anything, literally anything you can buy online. What's the craziest thing you ever bought?
Considering I dabbled in chastity a little bit, probably a couple cages.
And that's that thing you put around your wiener, right? Like conceal.
Pretty much, yeah.
If anything,
wait, hold up. What the fuck did you just say?
Terminated effective immediately. All of this is besides the fact that he's also on record admitting that he's bought some intercourse-related paraphernalia.
What is the craziest, most out there purchase you've ever made online? And anything, literally anything you can buy online. What's the craziest thing you ever bought?
Considering I dabbled in chastity a little bit, probably a couple cages.
And that's that thing you put around your wiener, right?
A chastity? Yeah, a chastity cake?
If anything, I'm sad to say that Nova was probably looking forward to putting himself out there like that, so to speak, which is a pretty grim prospect. Fortunately, for the time being, humanity was spared from this atom bomb going off. For the 5 months or so after my last video, Nova continued to publicly decay, although he seems to have become more comfortable going out in public. In June, he went to a pride parade and was pictured with a bunch of people there. A few months later, he was spotted Bigfoot style, lumbering around in a post-apocalyptic environment, which I can only assume is the natural consequence of the world being terraformed by Nova. Then, suddenly, in late October, right around the time he got and subsequently lost his job at Popeyes, this incident happened.
Oh my
Now,
god.
to the untrained eye, this may seem like Nova just farted on stream without even trying to cover it up. This is where you and I differ. I believe that this specific pocket of gas was lodged into some deep crevice of his brain that prevented him from being self-aware. Because in the same live stream this took place, Nova gained 15 IQ points and made some interesting unforeseen discoveries, sharing his findings as he went.
I have more estrogen than the average male.
Shortly after this
that's good to
alleged
know.
fart, Nova made this post.
I'm gonna be 100% real with y'all. My hygiene's a total problem. Sorry if I look a little off. I just got kind of done with crying because I know how big of a problem this is. Starting today, I'm doing daily shower videos. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna film myself while I have no clothes on in the shower. That is obviously against TikTok's TOS. What I'm going to
I
do
thought
is
you got an
I'm
OnlyFans.
going to update you on how I'm doing on my showers, and this is the start of a new me. I will actually stick to this time.
It may be the case that my bar is so horribly low from covering lolcows who have bed bugs eating into their brain or walk around for months with a used fleshlight in their backpack, but to me, this sounds like a major character development for Nova. After months of his continued downward spiral, an ember of hope glimmered in the black void of the Novine universe. For the first time in what? Years, he's actually owning up to his absolute incompetence at something basic like hygiene. It is a bit silly that he's only capable of improving his life by constantly recording himself doing each step of it, but hey, improvement is improvement. I'll take it. Over the next couple of months, he actually stuck to it and was frequently showering, even if he occasionally failed to keep up his routine and missed a few days.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my motivation to shower, and I find comfort in.
I'm gonna say this: like the long hair doesn't.
Listen, at least he was still trying, and he retained some of
that
his
short hair look
self-awareness
he did
during
was
his
pretty
failure.
dope.
He eventually toned down the live documentation of himself in the shower due to his mom asking him to stop, and right around the same time, something else creeped up. Although it was
Wait, I thought his mom wasn't aware of him, or what he does online, or don't care. Why would she now have a say so of him documenting him showering? Isn't it? I mean, at least he's showering. That's a good thing, right? I don't know why would that become an issue now. Out of all the things he done.
Wasn't noticeable for the longest time. In December of 2025, Nova made a post announcing that after having started the year at a whopping 280 pounds, he was ending it at 220. A 60-pound weight loss over the course of a year is nothing to scoff at, and it's pretty reasonable and realistic for someone of Nova's size. However, people began doubting that this loss was achieved naturally, since it didn't look like Nova had become particularly careful with what he ate during any part of that year. The videos of him eating slop barreled on like nothing had ever happened. So naturally, people concluded in one assumption: Ozempic. Nova tried to dispel these claims by showing himself getting weighed in at his doctor's office, but this is him acting as if people were just accusing him of pulling a Wings of Redemption and straight up lying about how much he weighed, when that really wasn't the focus of the skepticism. It was that he was using a weight loss drug. Additionally, him being at his
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see how people. I see where everybody's coming from. If he wasn't doing a clear like diet change and like working out, how the fuck did he drop 60 fucking pounds? If you're not switching your diet and you're not working out, how do you just randomly drop 60 fucking pounds? Unless you got some type of underlying health disease going on, you don't know anything about it. It's like, what the fuck?
Doctors actually reinforces the idea that maybe he did have a health issue, and as a result, he was prescribed something that was helping him shed that weight, all while he still ate goy slop. But ultimately, he was still losing the weight, and fortunately for people who followed to laugh at him, he continued to be as cringeworthy as ever. In the rare cases that these internet punching bags actually do show some sign of improvement, they typically do so while stepping away from the limelight. But in this case, it looks like the best of both worlds. Nova was handling his life better overall, and he was still making content, which is his favorite thing to do. Could this story actually have a good ending? Of course not. It was far too good to be true. In late February of 2026, Twitter user Kells_143 made a thread exposing that Nova was tied to yet another Discord server.
Shit,
Given his reputation with these, there was just no way that this was good news. According to Kells, one of the mods, Defender, was accused by an acquaintance of his of extorting minors into self-harm. Another person, Lucky, is said to be the co-owner. No way that this was good news. According to Kells, one of the mods, Defender, was accused by an
Strong. Too cute. DL into your lab. By the way, DL stands for defender. What? I'm a little bit named 3 female drone hoes. Too cute defender into their lab. Wait.
Acquaintance of his of extorting minors into self-harm. Another person, Lucky, is said to be the co-owner of the server, and in a screenshot, he's saying, "When I go to heaven, I'll be greeted by 70 Shodas." If you're mentally well enough to not know what that is, it's basically referring to little boys. If that weren't enough, YouTuber Bloodspeth, Evan, I'll be greeted by 70 Shodas. If you're mentally well enough to not know what that is, it's basically referring to little boys.
When I go to
If that weren't enough, YouTuber Bloodspeth claimed that the server's rules allowed for no maps to post there. No maps being non-offending minor attracted persons. So essentially predators who haven't acted on their desires yet. Perhaps most concerning of all of this is that besides the aforementioned mods, one of the most prominent members of the server is named Alice, described as a chronically online 17-year-old fangirl of Nova's who can be seen saying all sorts of vile and disgusting things in the server, like having Nova change her pad. Additionally, she could be seen in a private voice chat with him called Alice's Pink Bedroom, and could be seen saying that she rocked him to sleep. In another set of messages, she can be seen saying that she needs money so she can go see Nova in real life. While all of these people seem to be pretty unwell in their own right, the biggest takeaway is that it's a sideshow of freaks who want to barnacle onto Nova because that's the only way they'll get talked about online. Don't get me wrong, I'm not defending Nova online, but it's important to note that all of these things said about the Discord members are allegations, the veracity of which I can't attest to, even if these people seem to be nasty. On top of that, their actual connection to Nova is mostly limited to them being attention-seeking enablers of his who are just taking advantage of how irresponsible and socially needy he is. Even then, Nova eventually says that it was a bad idea to open another server and expresses that he wants to shut it down and tells everyone to leave.
Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie to you. You probably shouldn't be in start another Discord server. If any of that was true from this brief moment of what's going on in your past Discord, I wouldn't be starting another Discord, and I also wouldn't be joining one.
If he does disassociate from these people, it's only a matter of time before he fires up another server, and the cycle continues because he just can't help himself. He always comes back, and the sad, disturbing part of it is, he comes back because he needs people who will engage with him in his roleplay. Usually, I reserve disclaimers for topics that involve death, but honestly, this next thing is so bizarre that I think it merits some degree of warning, so viewer discretion is advised. We are about to get into what has been coined the Nova Files.
Okay.
In the middle of February 2026, Nova detractors Chin Universe, Solidus Nova, Bloodspeth, and Purity Sin all came together to post a video that was allegedly taken by a 14-year-old girl, with whom Nova was on a video call role-playing as a baby. The voice you'll hear in the video that's not Nova is actually a voiceover by Purity Sin, as the person who recorded the video didn't want their identity attached to it in any way. In it, Nova can be seen pretending to be a toddler and hugging stuffed animals.
I have a question.
Yeah?
How much are diapers on Little for Big?
Depends on which ones you buy.
Are they comfy?
Nova says he wishes he could be wearing wet diapers every day, but that it would be too expensive as he would have to continually buy them, which he can't afford. The concept of a guy doing this with a 14-year-old girl truly feels like something you would only find on the dark web.
You do really cute.
Yeah, that's...
Ooh woo. Ooh woo.
I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna say this right now. The only time I can find it acceptable for you to be talking to a minor online that you don't know, that's not related to you, you don't know in real life or whatever, and just a random minor, a stranger that's a minor on the internet. If you're just coming across in a video game, y'all somehow share similar interests, like y'all like had a good team, a good match that game, like, oh shit, you messaged that person messaged you, wooty woo, next thing you know, y'all team up, y'all call it a day. Like, I think that's acceptable. Like, if I was on Instagram, right, if I'm on Instagram and I'm on Instagram or YouTube or whatever. I'm on, say I'm on IG Reels and I'm on YouTube Shorts, and I come across a minor, a content creator that's a minor, like around 14, right? Let's just say 14. And my thing is, if they're producing content that I like, I don't mind following them. If there's a girl that's skateboarding and the stuff that she's doing on the skateboard is pretty good, I'm most likely gonna hit a follow. If if that girl is doing like gaming content and she's making like video documentaries on gaming, on video games or whatever, and like she's showing off her collection of like whatever, or like PlayStation games or Xbox games, or like just giving her takes on the industry, I'm gonna have no issue with following her. Like I'm not gonna have an issue with that. Now, would I go out my way to message her, those two people? No, because I'm not really trying to message, unless it's public. Like I might add them if they got a Twitter. I might add them, or I might be in the comment section, leave a comment on how like talk about, oh, nice trick or whatever, you know. But I don't think I would be in a private. It wouldn't be no reason for me to be in a private DM with one of them. Like, now when it comes like coming across people randomly on like the game, the only way for you to really get in contact with them is if you send a message to them, or vice versa, or you like y'all both got voice comms, you know, talking to each other, and like boom. But to randomly find yourself in a Discord on a video call, pretending you're a baby, nah, man, that's odd. That's super odd.
This was just the first of 5 episodes of the Nova Files. In the second one, which is also a video call between Nova and this girl, he actually takes his phone and points it at his crotch while wearing diapers to show it off. All while this girl is referring to him as baby girl. As disturbing as this stuff is, there's very little to extract from it as far as information, as most of the uploads are basically repeats of the first one. Strangely enough though, there is one exception. The end of episode 4 of the files, during which the girl Nova is talking to fakes a seizure, and Nova just stares for minutes straight. Listen, you can have a mental breakdown, a seizure, or a heart attack all you want. When the baby is in his diaper, you sit your white ass down and you listen. But this was just the beginning of Nova's ultimate humiliation. Around February of 2026, Nova could be heard complaining about being catfished.
I'm not in a good mood because I got catfished. No, I'm not okay. I haven't been okay for a long time. I've just been hiding it.
As far as I can tell, he never elaborated with the specifics of who catfished him or anything else about it really. But due to the kind of degenerates that were in that Discord server with him, many people began to speculate that Nova had fallen into some kind of blackmail trap where he was under threat of having his nudes posted. These suspicions only grew as Nova made an ominous post to his YouTube channel. If this is my last post, I am dead. Expect that if I don't respond within 24 hours. A few people who saw this were actually worried about Nova. A lot of others weren't too concerned given the fact that he's been threatening to do something like this for years. But after a few weeks of no significant developments, something finally happened. But honestly, I really wish it hadn't. People found out that Nova had an account on an adult video website where he had posted a short video of him stimulating himself with a device. I'm gonna refrain going into more detail because I don't want to promote this account, but the name of it was a direct reference to Nova's usual online handle, and he could be heard commenting on what was happening throughout the entire thing. And apparently his room, and consequently the horde, was also visible in the video. Visible enough to be recognizable as him. I'm saying apparently because I didn't actually watch this video. I'm never going to look at this video, and neither should you. What I can tell you is that the description of the video said he was taking a break from watching South Park, and his account's bio lists his relationship status as taken. As this stuff became public knowledge, the first assumption was that Nova was either hacked or he was blackmailed into posting this video. However, instead of even suggesting anything to that effect, Nova stayed radio silent on all ends except on his Telegram, where he didn't address the video directly.
Okay, let's have a pause right there. We're gonna have a pause right there because I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this right now. It's not a good thing to probably be having Telegram on your devices. Not a good thing at all. Not a good thing. Hold on one moment. Hold on, give me one moment. Something just popped up. Okay. All right, yeah, back to the video. Sorry about that. Our Discord, I understand having a Discord. Telegram, dude, I'm letting you know right now. Those predator catcher videos has definitely ruined any possibility of me ever getting Telegram. That's not a good thing to have.
And his account's bio lists his relationship status as taken. As this stuff became public knowledge, the first assumption was that Nova was either hacked or he was blackmailed into posting this video. However, instead of even suggesting anything to that effect, Nova stayed radio silent on all ends except on his Telegram, where he didn't address the video directly, but instead addressed what he says are its consequences. Mom just got sent to the ER. She has too much stress. It was the trolls. One of my detractors, Purity, has accounts on adult websites too, but of course nobody mentions that. I strongly doubt that any troll activity is responsible for Nova's mom's health, and I find it much more likely that this is him blaming something unrelated on the trolls to try and guilt trip people into not making fun of him. Obviously this wasn't very effective, as people noticed he had been desperately deleting comments from his TikTok referencing the video in any way. Soon enough, the video had already been taken down for a violation of the terms and conditions, which probably means it was mass reported. When you take his Telegram messages into consideration, it leads me to think that this was actually done of Nova's own volition. For a long time now, he's been making offhand mentions of how he's financially desperate or how he may need to do an OnlyFans. But the thing is, he's never actually been super strapped for cash. Sure, he complains about not having money, but somehow he always has a bunch of TikTok shop trash showing up at his.
Why does he have like random flags posted around his room? Like, do those mean anything to him? That's weird. I don't know about y'all, but like, as an American, I don't even have an American flag hanging up. Like, why does he have like those flags hanging up? I don't even know what those flags represent.
I mean, even his
anyway.
pacifiers and his diapers, the money has to come from somewhere. On his TikTok, he made a very vague post where in the description of a video where he lumbers into the frame before lazily making anime poses, he wrote this: "You know who you are," not naming names for their safety, but I'm thoroughly pissed at them for what they did. The upload following this one was apparently an old draft that he had recorded sometime prior, so it had nothing to do with the unfolding drama. Following that was a cringy video where he lip syncs to an audio talking about revenge.
Truth will ultimately prevail. But there is pain bringing it to light.
And in the comments, when asked about what happened, he said, "Ultimate betrayal by a former friend." After this, however, it doesn't seem like he made any further comments on the situation. As humiliating as these videos of him that came out during this time were, they were just that. Humiliating. As disgusting as his interests may be, he clearly isn't concerned enough to actually try and keep them out of the public's eye. It's clear to me that he revels in the attention he gets, or at the very least, he's addicted to it and prefers having it to nobody noticing him at all. Ultimately, as much as he feigns shame and being upset over this entire situation, him being exposed and attacked is also a part of the Nova Online phenomenon, which is why he continues to make silly TikTok videos about revenge. But the Nova files don't actually end here. After the
Okay,
last
there's
episode
more?
was posted, Bloodspeth uploaded a 3-hour interview with someone who was Nova's friend. Unlike all of the other people who knew him in real life, this wasn't just a superficial acquaintance. This was the closest thing Nova had to an actual friend, as opposed to someone he met on Discord that enabled his degenerate activity. In the interview he gave to Bloodspeth, this guy begins by explaining that he didn't start talking to Nova with the intention of turning around and telling everyone about it, or just to troll him. The two had a genuine friendly relationship that lasted for about 8 months, during which this guy and the rest of his friend group put in a legitimate effort to help.
I'm gonna say this right now. Why? I mean, maybe I would definitely see myself becoming friends with this guy to troll him. I wouldn't even say friends, but like coming in his like comment section to troll him. I know I definitely wanted to come in like Cyraxx comment section when he's streaming and whatever, but like, I don't know, his shit is just so all over the place. Like even when he does stream, it's like this shit get taken down immediately, you know. That's the only person I would like to literally send a direct message to. But even then, like, I was just like troll him. Like I want to be really trying to be friends with the guy because like he's a fucking lunatic. But no sane, I don't know. No sane person is trying to be friends with these people.
Nova lose weight,
Unless they
make some
completely
money,
unaware
clean
about
himself
what
up,
they- who
and
they
walk
really
away
are.
from his Lolcow career. I hope I'm not spoiling it for you when I say that they failed their mission. When asked if Nova actually had the mind of a teenager or suffered from stunted development, the answer he gave was that although Nova was more self-aware than many assumed, he just didn't act on his self-awareness. Even if Nova had an easy time pinpointing the things he did that were bad, he basically couldn't do anything effective to stop himself from engaging in that behavior. But ultimately, Nova's friend couldn't tell if this was because of some cognitive limitation or manipulative malice, because he could also be feigning self-awareness just to please people so that he can go right back to doing what he wants to do, which Nova also seemed to have a tendency to do. In this interview, Nova is basically described as mostly staying quiet and actually agreeing whenever someone pointed out an issue of his, basically just waiting for them to stop talking without engaging meaningfully with what they were saying. One of the issues they butted heads over a lot was his hygiene.
Was it really that bad?
Yeah, and I'm a big honesty guy. I don't like
Jesus fucking Christ. If I seen this dude doing this shit in public, I would have lost
People are
it.
actually just trying to understand, you know, something or someone. So I'm not exaggerating when I say you can smell him from like 5 feet away. It's not
Ugh.
exactly cat pee, but it's like.
One thing I don't like is smelly people. I'm talking about like, it's not hard to take a bath. It's not hard to put some soap under your armpits, your crotches, your front crotch, your back crotch. Just on your body, use a towel, rag, whatever, a loofah, put some soap on it, body wash, and go around your whole body and scrub it. The dirt and the bacteria off. It's not that hard. I hate when people come out the fucking house or from wherever they're from and don't fucking like bathe. And then after you put your body wash on, after you done bathing, put some deodorant on. Hell, even probably put some cologne or perfume on. Which I'm gonna say this right now, I don't think I ever came across like a girl that smelled nasty. Like it always been guys. So I don't know, it's like, come on dude, like fucking bathe. It's not that hard.
It's like half cat pee, half ammonia, but like both of them cranked up, so it doesn't really smell like either. It's like its own thing, kind of. I had been hounding him on his hygiene for like, I mean, basically our whole relationship, but I was really hounding on it for like a couple of weeks prior to that, the shower saga starting. And that was due to the fact that we started like, I think it was just we hung out with him like 2 or 3 times within like a month. I ended up calling him and like right when I woke up, and he picked up and we talked for like an hour. And I was like, I basically just said like, dude, everyone in the comments of this video is saying like you're gross, like you're greasy, like your house is a mess. And I'm like, can you say any of those comments are even wrong? I understand you read them and you don't like them. You need to actually internalize like, why are they saying these things? And then like look at yourself and your surroundings, and you'll probably come to the conclusion like, oh, all these people are right.
By the end of their call, Nova was crying lying while his friend offered him what I can only describe as shower incentives. This guy actually proposed buying Nova a Bluetooth speaker just so he would shower. And of course, that's when Nova's ears perked up. Only the possibility of getting more trinkets to add to the hoard can motivate Nova to actually do the bare minimum self-maintenance of a regular human being. Eventually, their conversation came around to these serious allegations about grooming and talking to minors, which have been circling Nova's name for years.
You have figured out by now whether he has a vulnerability, and a vulnerability can mean a lot of different things. Maybe he just really, really
loves his kids.
According to Gabriel's friend, he was perfectly capable of pointing out how and why what he did was wrong, but only when imagining someone else, like his detractors, doing it. Despite understanding that those actions have consequences and whoever does them should be held accountable, he maintained that he only engaged in those things to make friends, and now regretted all of that behavior and wasn't ever going to do it again. Of course, even though his friend couldn't have known it at the time, Nova was straight up lying. Lying is actually something he did a lot, but never in a Machiavellian way or to try and make himself look better. More so, he lied to get out of things, to excuse himself from his responsibilities. The example given of Nova's most consistent lying is whenever he was asked about why he hadn't showered or cleaned his environment up, he would just say that he was busy.
My theory is he's often embarrassed by his lack of activity, so it was very common for him to say like, oh, I've been really busy cleaning.
It didn't matter if he hadn't showered or cleaned up after himself for days or even weeks, he would boldly claim that he was busy, despite being unemployed and staying indoors all day, doing nothing but streaming on TikTok. When I say nothing, I truly mean nothing, because even small things that—
Dude, this guy's living life on easy mode. Imagine just giving like fucking, you're not doing a regular job, you're just like doing bullshit on the internet, getting some fucking change thrown here and there every other day, and you just eating anything you want, not really having a care in the fucking world. Must be fucking nice. It must be nice to live a life like that, knowing you got a roof over your head.
Are certain to bring him money, like recording cameos, Nova neglects to do.
What is good, y'all? My name is Nova Gage, and I am a TikTok creator. On TikTok, I primarily post food reviews, gym videos, and a whole bunch of other various content.
I highly doubt. I seen a few gym clips he did. Those are straight up ass. I highly doubt he's actually making any type of significance in the gym. I highly doubt
According to this friend, Nova always had a huge backlog of cameo requests that he just let stack up and expire, as he would rather fire up another TikTok stream to cry about being unemployed and having no money than to just record a 30-second video and actually make some. Ultimately, what this shows us is that money isn't something that even matters to Nova. What matters is attention. He would rather have no money and have people feel bad for him than have some money and have no one care. Lastly, Nova's friend claimed that Nova was likely diabetic and didn't control his sugar intake, which makes it almost certain that he was on some kind of Ozempic variant which was causing his weight loss, further cementing that despite his appearance having changed, he was internally still the exact same person.
He's a diabetic at that. I guess that's possible. Ain't he's like 21 though?
No matter how many trials and tribulations he's been through, Nova seems completely uninterested in changing, despite the fact he's proven himself capable of doing so.
I am capable of changing. All these dishes I just did.
Albeit temporarily.
The guy that tried to do a house cleaning saga but kind of failed on that and is now cleaning his room at his own pace.
If the Nova files are fully legitimate and the girl he was talking to was indeed 14, then I can only hope that Nova's degeneracy doesn't escalate toward him actually harming a minor in real life. In the best case scenario, Uncle Drew's spirit will make a prophetic visit to Nova's mom, and she will see the light and then send him somewhere he can't use electronics. I think that is undoubtedly the best case scenario for someone like him. Until then, we can only pray that no other kids make the mistake of joining one of his Discord servers. Maybe there is a very, very small chance that he's gonna change, but at this point, I've honestly lost faith in him, and frankly, I'm getting a little too old to care what this guy does with his time. It's over. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time,
clean up your room.
Alright, that's been a Nova Online. I don't know, conclusion of that is I'm gonna look up some more information on him real quick. I'm gonna see his room tour. I will say wait, hold on. The tragic origin story of EDP 445. Hold up. I might need to watch this real quick. But wait. Bookmark this page. No. I say the playlist. Alright, I might have to watch that. My conclusion of the Nova Online is I don't know if I want to fully say he's a full-blown like pedophile. I don't want to say that. I think he's not all the way there. I think given the opportunity, like, would he do something inappropriate with a minor? I mean, him online acting like a baby while talking to a 14-year-old while he's at least 21. Yeah, that's definitely creepy. It's borderline. If it's not full-on pedophile, it's borderline damn near there. Cause, but I don't know if he's not acting like a baby. It's not sexual though. So if he's not talking about anything sexual, then I guess he wouldn't. But it is weird. I don't think no parent wants their kid talking to a person that's acting like a baby at 21. If their kid is 14. But I will say this: he's definitely weird. Definitely weird. He's definitely weird, odd, and not all the way there. But I will say this: him dressing in Sailor Moon, him wearing diapers or using pacifiers, him eating fast food, him being morbidly obese, having health issues, not taking baths, not having a regular job. It's all things like to definitely make fun of him for. But I think the only thing that was creepy was probably just borderline inappropriate talk to minors. And yeah, he shouldn't be in a Discord with minors, especially if he got a track history like that. Also, I'm gonna say this. All right, let me read the comments. I feel unemployed. I have more estrogen than the average male. It's the singlest funnest quote he's ever said. Topping even the Thera one. What? Onion soup goes in fourth. I don't know. I'm a married man with 3 children going here. What the fuck am I doing here? Rest easy, Uncle Drew. You try your hardest. Like even with the Uncle Drew stuff, like I don't know. Like the only thing that I would say that you should definitely put eyes on is, or his parents should probably try, or his. Granted, they don't have no say so. Granted, whoever's in the house with them might have some say so because he's not paying the bills. Out of all those things I named about him, also scamming people by not doing a proper cameo and just using a copy and paste cameo. That's pretty fucked up. But out of all the things said about him, I think the only illegal negative thing that he might need to stop fucking doing is literally talking to minors. But all this stuff is not 100% verified, so it's not like it can be 100% verified. Because at the end of the day, these are troll channels. Some of them have like ethical practices to like, no, we're just trying to tell you what's really going on. Some of them like, no, we want to just kind of fuck with this guy nonstop. But anyway, A third Nova Online video has hit the Turkey Pentagon. I guess he does. This is his third video. Nah, Unc should have taken it out behind the woodshed. 6, none. It's diabolical. His uncle sounds like a real news and just had the misfortune of having no forced upon him. Why the hell did I get a diaper ad? Ugh. Bro, shout out to that uncle for not only a father figure, but going above and trying to fix his nephew. Nova is about as committed to fitness and hygiene as Cyraxx is. It doesn't care. I agree with that. Someone who suffers from major, whenever I see anything I know, I clean my room and take a shower out of spite. Turkey time. Holy shit. You really want? Yeah. Yeah, also him hoarding. That's another one of like many things that was listed. I will say this. Overall, if he's a positive, good character, somebody I want to hang around with, communicate with, no. Nova Online room tour.
In the world.
All right, let's just look at this.
Read the sign!
I need video. I can't really see anything in the short form. Oh. Maybe this could be...
You can't hear me, it's in my earbuds!
Nova Online has a lot of different subject matter that I want to cover. However, a big one
I was looking for like a regular... I need to put my fucking YouTube premium on this account. Ah, fuck, I need a family membership though. Alright, I guess there's no really good videos of his. Alright, whatever. Yeah, we got Johnny Elbows. Oh. I don't know, what's the stream like? I've been streaming for 2 hours now. We can do it to Tophiachu. Fuck, that, I need to watch this video too. I forgot about that. That's so weird because I looked up information on an EDP 445 documentary. EDP 445. Apparently he came back, but like it doesn't really make a difference. It's just gonna get taken down. That's odd, like, cause like Mike Clone was supposed to. Dude, Mike Clone, what the fuck is going on with that dude? He is supposed to come out with a documentary of the guy that had direct footage of him. This is 1 year ago. Almost finished. Huge update on the EDP 445 documentary. Almost finished. Clearly it's not almost finished. Oh shit, it's dad. Holy fuck. 11 months ago. Let me see on his profile. Oh, he haven't uploaded a video in 10 months now. Maybe he's posting shorts. I'm not sure. All right. Let's go ahead and get some Tophiachu going. Let me give me a quick moment to take a break real quick, get something to refresh me, some snacks, and we're gonna watch Tophiachu in one moment. All right, I'm back. Let's do it.
What do you get when you combine incompetence, laziness, a hunger for TikTok fame, and a family straight out of a horror comedy?
Wait, how much?
A hunger for TikTok fame and a family straight out of a horror comedy. The answer is Tophiachu, a walking train wreck who somehow manages to smell worse than she looks. From stalking online celebrities to constantly butting heads with trolls.
Hold on one moment. One moment. Okay, everything should be good. All right, cool.
Her existence, from stalking online celebrities to constantly butting heads with trolls, her existence is a real-life tragic comedy. And the best part, her 24/7 streams allow anyone to tune in and see the chaos unfold. Our story today starts with Tophia Slidell, better known as Tophiachu, who was born on June 6, 1994, to Marie Lucero and Donald Slidell, allegedly. There's a bit of a dispute over that we'll get into later. Very little is known about her early life, although if one were to judge it by pictures alone, it would have appeared normal. Unfortunately, sometimes reality isn't so peachy. Tophia had no verifiable social media presence until around 2011, when she made a Facebook account. She was just like any other teenager, and for the next few years, there wasn't much to report on. But things would get slightly more interesting in 2015 when she started posting to Instagram. Much of her early posts were dedicated to her art skills, which honestly weren't the worst. If only she had stuck with it. Starting in late 2016, skills, which honestly were
No, that is complete. I'm sorry, that's complete dog shit.
Weren't the worst. If only she had stuck with it. Starting in late 2016, Tophia started posting videos on Musical.ly. The first few videos were just showing off her art skills, but this then changed to produce
They're decent for like that.
the same garbage that
okay,
everyone else was making on that app. To her credit, it seemed to be working, as around the end of 2017, she accrued enough of a following to get over 1,000 live viewers on her stream. But as she tried to grow her audience, she already started to develop the first of her many concerning habits. This one being publicly obsessing over online celebrities. Her first ever target was a Musical.ly influencer and singer named Justin Burke. She'd regularly post memes of him to her Instagram trying to get his attention, but it eventually worked, as he started paying attention to her and even did a duet. Finding some minor success, she began trying to diversify over on YouTube. She really flexed her artistic muscles here, creating a Michael Jackson edit where she took the footage from Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal music video and played a different song over it. She then made an anime music video of Robin Williams where she stitched together some clips from his movies. This experiment wasn't particularly well received by anyone, and as a result, she decided to give up YouTube entirely, instead going all in on her Musical.ly career. But just because she was trying to grow as an influencer didn't mean she couldn't engage in her favorite hobby, stalking Justin Burke. She regularly watched his live streams and reposted screenshots from them, talking about how much she loved him and hoped to meet him. This persisted for the next few years, even as Musical.ly went under and merged with TikTok. As far as I know, she never got to meet Justin, but hey, at least she got to stream with him. Following the Musical.ly and TikTok merger,
I did not know TikTok merged with Musical.ly.
Tophia was producing stuff on TikTok.
Oh, she's black and Hispanic. I'm about to say she looked at full Mexican, but then I'm like, no, I think a black and white person can also make that look, that biracial look, but okay. That makes sense. She's black and Hispanic. Okay.
Under the name Tophiachu. This was mostly the same content she had posted on Musical.ly, with the addition of things like singing. And boy, does she have some pipes.
I've been up all night. I've been constipated. Went to the bathroom. Now I'm so frustrated. Does anybody know where the pizzas are ate?
She continued to grow throughout the latter half of 2018, reaching 10,000 followers by the end of the year. But growing as an influencer takes a lot of time, and you might be wondering how Tophia, who was 24 at this point, had the time to make TikToks and religiously watch all of Justin Burke's content. In mid-2018, Tophia gave us an answer. She uploaded a YouTube video titled My Experience with My First Job, wherein she describes this job experience in detail. A year prior, she apparently had worked at Dunkin' Donuts, although in the video itself, she refrained from saying that it was Dunkin' Donuts for fear of being banned from going there. According to her,
why would she be fearing banned and going there? If I had a job and it, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she's worried about some people like harassing that spot and like telling them. I don't know. So I don't know if they can find out people docs like that. I don't know what's the issue with that, but I don't know why she'd fear to being banned unless like she's shit talking them. But if you're shit talking them, why would you want to go back to that place and give them money?
She passed the initial tests on how to make coffee with 92%, and she learned how to do everything from making sandwiches, how to sterilize, and how to run things correctly. All of the basic stuff you learn to do at a fast food place. She worked there for 6 months, which she describes as absolute hell on earth. She claimed that the machines they were using never worked properly and were constantly being patchworked together instead of replaced. She also claimed there was preferential treatment for some of the staff, as some employees were allowed to eat on the job while Tophia was not. After 6 months, she was fired, and the reasons she cited were nothing short of prophetic.
So the day I got fired, she had said I had hygiene issues.
She glosses over it here pretty quickly, but the commenters sure didn't miss it. She went into a whole spiel about her day, how the management mistreated her, etc, etc, but this slip of the tongue was the only real takeaway that people had. The video became her most viewed at the time, albeit not for the reasons she had hoped for. Many people had one specific takeaway, that she simply refused to do any real work, and as a result, she hoped beyond hope to become an influencer instead, since that's obviously much easier than doing a regular 9 to 5. Amusingly, she tried to argue with people that she totally wasn't fired for her hygiene, but frankly, it was just kind of humiliating for her to even try.
Okay, so she did get fired for her hygiene. I was like, wait, what was the thing that they took away? I'm like, was the hygiene? So she got fired for not having proper hygiene. Yeah, I don't want nobody working with food who's not properly cleaning themselves and smelling awful. Smelling like shit. You don't want nobody around your food, right? Smelling like that. I want anybody who's going to be preparing my food. That's why, like, I have an issue with people who smoke. I don't want people who's smoking to make my food. Like, I don't want that to be around my, like, I just don't want that around my food. Granted, like, are they going to be, like, some of the best fucking cooks ever? Most likely, especially at a fucking Waffle House. You see a old ass person smoking a cig outside a Waffle House, and they're like the, of course, the one of the employees, and they see you like, oh, you about to order? Bet they say no more. They walk in with you, you know they about to cook like they ass off. It's just in their fucking nature and blood to do it. Holy fuck. But come on, yeah, have proper hygiene. Like,
to her credit, there was a time when she put some effort into making content. Not good content, but still. She was posting videos on YouTube, including vlogs and even a weird conspiracy theory about people losing followers after the TikTok and Musical.ly merger. On TikTok, she was also growing more popular, and in late 2020, she released one of her most popular videos up until that point. The first installment.
It's weird, like on her profile picture, she looked like a decent girl or woman, but man, like when you see like the regular videos or pictures of her, like, good God almighty, she like a fucking ogre.
Of the Mob Boss's Daughter series. She continued to release videos, and as time went on, it only became more and more uninspired. Eventually, she figured out that she could make things much easier for herself with this one simple trick: live streaming. In modern day, Tophia has become infamous for her daily live streams. While she was continuing to produce TikToks, it was clear that streaming was her main source of income. Of course, the issue with streaming is that you have much less control over what people see, meaning you record everything that happens to you, no matter what. And as it turns out, there was a lot about Tophia that probably would have been better as a secret. One of the first things people noticed was the things she was saying. She's very unashamed of her use of different derogatory language towards black people, Mexicans, so obviously this was somewhat controversial, but that's not even close to
derogatory terms towards blacks and Mexicans. But isn't she's black and Mexican?
The craziest part.
Call me a like some. Excuse me, not slow, because we're talking about two people, you card.
Initially, she did her live streams in her bedroom, where people got a first-hand look at her terrible living conditions. The entire apartment, but especially her bedroom, was crawling with cockroaches, which she showed complete disregard for. She doesn't even flinch when a cockroach climbs up her water cup.
Oh,
Speaking
shit!
Of her cup,
Holy fuck, you see how big that was?
For. She doesn't even flinch.
Holy shit! Oh, wee! Oh my God, that is fucking big! Holy fuck! What the fuck? Yo! I can see if it's like a fucking random ass ant, like, alright, it's a fucking ant, whatever. That is a big ass fucking roach, and for you not to even blink an eye, for you not to give a fuck, holy fuck. Ooh-wee.
When a cockroach climbs up her water cup. Speaking of her cup, she never washes it, despite the fact that it's absolutely rancid, and she can't even stand to take a whiff of it. The same trend follows.
Oh my god, are you fucking with me? Are you fucking with me? I know for a fact I gotta literally clean my water bottle out every time I use it, due to the fact I'm not putting water in it. I'm putting like protein shake in it, or protein mix or blend, and I gotta literally clean it out every time I'm done with it, cause like it can it can get really fucking stinky. But ooh wee, man, that is degeneracy. Oh my god, degeneracy right there. That is fucking disgusting.
For her personal hygiene. She apparently smells so bad.
Is that her dad right there? Her dad's black, right?
That her father had to spray her with Febreze. And ironically, despite being very messy, she doesn't quite have the stomach to keep up with this lifestyle, as she's been caught vomiting on stream multiple times. Although she likes to come across as a tough cookie, lobbing slurs like it's a 1950s period drama, she really has the mental fortitude of a wet noodle. She's become legendary for her crash outs.
That's why it's like, it's so hard to be laughing at like stupid jokes that's not fucking like, I don't know. That's kind of harder to laugh at like racism or like anything that's like got the ism in them or the is in them. It's kind of hard to laugh at this stuff because like it's so easy to make those jokes. Like, come on, like it just gets to a point where it's like, okay, dude.
She breaks down crying for some pretty ridiculous things. Case in point, she started bawling her eyes out because her DoorDash order was misplaced. And because she tends to overshare, she also let her viewers listen to her pee. I'll spare you from listening to that, but I'm sure you can imagine how it went. With all of these things combined, Tophiachu started to get a lot of negative attention, which supercharged her growth. Today, she stands at a very respectable 380,000 followers. While it may have been partly fueled by people who genuinely like her, 90% of the people tuning in now are either trolls who find her conduct funny, or people who genuinely despise her. But Tophia doesn't seem to totally comprehend this. In fact, she's somewhat of an expert at giving the trolls more ammunition. She wasn't quite aware of just how popular she was getting, and she continued to use her Instagram to get baited by thirst traps. In 2020, she had finally moved on from Justin Burke, but that gave way to a whole new obsession: Asian men. This started off being relatively harmless, just making a few posts on Instagram, but this obsession soon bled into her content creation. She began making duet videos with prominent Asian influencers all over TikTok. In particular, she developed a crush on an influencer named...
Like, are they actually doing videos together, or is she just like splitting the video up and make it seem like they're doing the videos together? Wesley Boba, TikTok star.
Wesley Boba. Wesley used to be a TikToker whose bread and butter was posting thirst traps. Tophia likes to comment on his videos, and because he had the tendency to reply to everyone, he happened to reply to her comments as well. Had he known how far she'd take things, I'm sure he would have chosen.
The buff ain't you follow don't know you exist. Can you cook me?
Chosen differently. This was all the prompting she needed to start doing regular duets. This ranged from the cringe roleplay stuff to literally giving...
Well, right here, she kind of look decent, you know?
Giving the guy a video resume with reasons why he should date her. The ones she gives are her inability to cook, her fatness, which he could use as a pillow, and the fact that she's 5'3.5", which according to her makes her petite.
Final.
Jesus Christ, man, she's clearly morbidly obese, but the B5'3", where her weight at like that, that's definitely high risk, like health concerns right there.
Option for being a really, really good girlfriend is I'm 5'3.5", which makes me fun size. And fun size people move over Snickers, move over fun size chocolate, are the best people to have in your life.
This behavior of constantly pulling at his pant legs went on for a while. and the videos just kept piling up. Eventually, Wesley got so creeped out by everything that he left the internet. At least that's what many believe, but it's not totally known if that's really the case. What is the case is that as soon as he left, it really disappointed Tophia, who took to her live stream to complain about it. You see, she genuinely
she like a fucking clown right there.
Believed that Wesley was interested in her, and years later, she recalled how protective he supposedly was over her. She even implied he may have left the internet because she was getting bullied, and he just loved her so much that he couldn't stand to see it. You might wonder how she could become so obsessed with this random man who quite clearly couldn't give less of a shit about her. The answer is actually quite sad. Tophia has never had a boyfriend at the age of 30 years old, although that's not exactly how she puts it. During a live stream, she said that
she's 30 years old? Okay. Wait. Yeah, she's born in 94, right?
she lost her virginity to a pap smear, a procedure done to test for cancer, and she doesn't recall the experience fondly.
When they went to do it,
Wait, I just realized something. Is she like considered the female version of a male incel? Is she considered a femcel? Is she's a femcel? This might be my first interaction looking at a femcel.
It was so painful that I jumped off of the table. I was laying on my back, but I was jumping, and I almost.
Yeah, she's clearly not all the way there.
Fell off the thing.
Hearing her talk, she's clearly not all the way there. Yeah, like, y'all just hear her, I jumped off the thing and I just clearly, and I was like, yeah.
And then she sent me to the women's clinic, which was right down here.
But just because she's not currently getting any doesn't mean she doesn't want to. And her extremely powerful libido is something that the TikTok community would become well aware of.
It was right down here.
But just because she's not currently getting any doesn't mean she doesn't want to. And her extremely powerful libido is something that the TikTok community would become well aware of. On April 4th, 2022,
show something on her phone and she asked them.
she was live streaming and trying to show something to her viewers on her phone. She was in portrait mode, but just as she flashed the camera, the screen turned horizontal, revealing the other tabs she had open. The most prominent among these was a tab titled Asian Teen Sex, which linked to the hub, specifically the gay hub. This caused a lot of backlash, with people taking it as further proof of her fetishizing Asian men, and even more horrifyingly, teenagers. Tophia clearly took the backlash personally, as she started pretending no such thing was ever in her search history, leading to people trying to prove it was, and constantly posting videos about it. Ironically, this issue probably would have blown over if she hadn't said anything, but by this point, the Streisand effect was in full swing.
This video is brought to you by my new old shirt. We've already sold it once. We're selling it again. It's got a cool gothic death metal font. For all of you alternative individuals out there, people who like alternative fashion, alternative stuff, people who like alternative things. The back, once again, says "Leave me alone" on it. It's got this cool cyber goth design that you guys are gonna love. You're gonna freaking love it. So be sure to pick it up today at turkeytom.shop. It is very good merch. It's high quality. This is not cheap stuff. And everyone who's already bought gave raving reviews. So buy my new shirt today, or don't. But if you don't, a little whack.
As all of these minor, relatively meaningless
By the way, I think his shirt looked fucking awesome.
as controversies piled
Shout
up,
out to
Tophia's
Turkey Tom
family
shirts.
also started to enter the limelight. Although not as famous as Tophia, they're eccentric figures in their own right, and none more so than the family patriarch, Donald Slidell, known online as Tophiachu. Besides Tophia, who makes money via live streams and has a creator fund, Donald was the only other person with a stable income in the whole household. He's the CEO of Slidell Financial Services, which, as far as I can tell, is a legitimate financial service company. Despite the lofty title, his primary source of income is SSI.
I paid the rent, so you can say my brother paid the rent all you want, but I helped pay the rent. When my brother didn't have a job, who do you think was paying the rent? I did help with what I got paid on TikTok. You know what's done? These people knew that my father was getting disability and was paying the rent. So how was my brother paying the rent? And he's not getting his disability anymore because he went to jail. They cut him off. So who do you think had to take up the rent when my father couldn't pay it?
Of the entire family, Donald is perhaps the kookiest. As Tophia was getting popular, he basically saw it as an opportunity to piggyback off her newfound fame. He made his own Twitter, and he started live streaming on TikTok. One of his favorite pastimes was to flirt with the people in chat by blowing kisses and sticking his tongue out at them, to the great displeasure of his wife, who constantly told him to cut it out. But rest assured, this wouldn't be a problem for much longer. During one of his live streams, he made a revelation that would change the world of science forever.
Wait,
I'm 58 years old.
Ooh, wee. God damn, that made me want to go brush my teeth right now. Lord have mercy, his teeth is fucked up. And you know what? Ooh.
And I am teething. Right now. I am teething like a baby.
Spoiler alert, they haven't grown back. But his unscientific beliefs aren't even the silliest his opinions can get. He's a man of political aspiration, as he's come up with the perfect way to heal the world of its woes.
Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. I remember seeing a clip of this I seen a clip of this one time. I did not know these was Tophiachu parents. Actually, you know, I remember like what? Wait, is are those copies of Modern Warfare 3 and World at War on the background? Holy shit! I thought they was bullshit in the comments. I'm like, I knew who she was, but I'm like, I wasn't. Holy fuck! I remember seeing this clip. It was so fucking hilarious. He was just like naming shit. It's like me. Oh my god, the comment section was gold on that. Hold on.
Which basically boils down to how every single major power needs to give him money now.
Every nation in the world must pay me $999.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way, bro. This is real, bro. 999. Bruh, ain't no fucking way, bro.
999 zillion dollars every year. First installment, December 2019.
If you think this is impossible, you simply haven't given the idea as much thought as Tophiachu. With his genius intellect, he explained exactly how the world government should deliver this money.
Okay, look. All debt is set at zero. Every country is printing $999 zillion and waiting for my instructions. We're going to utilize the stock market. We're going to utilize commodities.
He continues listing off every other tradable community, and his solution is basically just give me everything ever and I'll figure it out. As funny as Tophiachu can.
Dude, he looked at somewhat normal in that like childhood picture of Tophiachu. But my god, man. Holy fuck. Oh, hold on. I just read what the fuck is on the screen. Excuse me. In my Peggy Hill voice. Excuse me. Whoa.
Is basically just give me everything ever and I'll figure it out. As funny as Tophiachu can be sometimes, not all the stuff he says is wholesome PG fun. In one clip, he went over his opinion on the age of consent.
Anyone 16 and older can visit, obtain porn, and smoke. Prostitution is to be legalized. I want the streets full of prostitutes.
Comments like this led people to believe that there was something a bit darker hiding beneath these silly faces and schizo ramblings, as he started.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, rewind that back one more time.
Funny as Tophiachu can be sometimes, not all the stuff he says is wholesome PG fun. In one clip, he went over his opinion on the age of consent.
Anyone 16 and older can visit, obtain porn, and smoke. Prostitution is to be legalized.
I want the streets full of prostitutes.
Is he saying he want just the streets full of normal prostitutes? Or is he saying like, when I say normal, like 18 plus? Or is he also including the 16 plus? Granted, I think he is considering the 16 plus, because he just said 16-year-old can consent. Oh my
Comments
god.
like this led people to believe that there was something a bit darker hiding beneath these silly faces and schizo ramblings. As he started making himself known on social media, one of his favorite pastimes became pictures of his own junk, specifically sharing it with other people. When he wasn't doing that, he was spamming out dozens of thirst traps and telling people to sign up for his financial project, or telling people to give him money. He also regularly spoke about his hatred of white people and the government, but it got weirder. You might notice the green crosses in some of his backgrounds. Project. He was spamming of his own junk.
How? Bro. Oh my god. I swear to god, this is what I hate when I see comments online saying the newer generation doesn't have this, doesn't talk so much shit about the newer generation. And you got the older generation doing shit like this, and y'all supposed to be the ones that's so pristine, so clear. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Specifically, sharing it with other people. When he wasn't doing that, he was spamming out dozens of thirst traps and telling people to sign up for his financial project, or telling people to give him money. He also and telling people to sign up for his financial project.
If you leave your home for any reason, you are dead. If you think negative about me, you are dead. Those who are to pay me, I suggest you do it now. Delivery services, trash services, utility service free. You have 1 hour to be in your homes, killing all humans / disobey. What?
Or telling people to give him money.
If you leave your home,
money. He also regularly.
You stupid asses in government law enforcement, sit your what? For I smack the you all, you ignorant piece of. I am a professional now. Graduate now. I don't know what that word out. Now blank graduate from being in it. I haven't started yet. Gain strong, weak as mother. What?
Spoke about his hatred of white people and the government, but it got weirder. You might notice the green crosses in some of his backgrounds. Over time, Tophiachu put these up all over his house, with every visible wall outside of Tophia's bedroom having at least one. These obviously have religious significance, except it's kind of the opposite of what you're thinking. Among other things, he used his Twitter account to share his love of the
Ezekiel Mordecai Food International Bank of America.
the occult. In this one video, he burned other things. He used his Twitter account to share his love of the occult. In this one video, he burned a piece of paper until it resembled the head of Satan, at which point he started recording.
That's him. And Satan has taken over. Golgotha. It's in the Bible. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
With videos like
this is the type of guy that with a few altercations, he can easily become a cult leader.
this, people started digging much deeper into the lore behind Tophiachu. They found that he had a substantial criminal history going back to 2001. Up to that point, he had been arrested 13 times, with charges ranging from 2001. Up to that
date of birth 8/12/1964. What the fuck? So 74, 84, 94, 2004, 2014. Holy fuck. You telling me this motherfucker? Let me get this shit straight. 74, 84, 94, 2004, 2014, 2015. This guy is around 60 fucking years old. And he's doing shit like this? What?
He had been arrested 13 times, with charges ranging from physical assault to soliciting prostitutes, which he did while being already married to Mama Chu, by the way. On the 25th of November, 2022, he was handed his 14th arrest, which was apparently caught on video, although you can't see very much. He was then let out.
I'm gonna say this right now. I'm sometimes like, I really underestimate my circumstances in growing up. I could have easily been born in a household / situation like this. Holy fuck, man. Oh my God. I mean, imagine being born in a household with a delusional lunatic like this, and their mother doesn't seem all the way there neither, because she's literally in the background of that fucking video. This dude talking about 99.9, 99.9, 99.9, 99, 99, 99 zillion dollars. Holy fuck, what the fuck? Like, holy shit. Oh my God, man. I'm like, I sometimes forget, like, dog, I probably did have it easy. I always say, I don't think growing up I had it the best. Yeah, it could have been better. But then I look at people like this, I'm like, holy fuck. Like, no, I think I had a luxury.
Sometime in December, which is when he started posting.
I respect you, man. For God told me who you are about your goals. You are definitely passionate, driven when it comes to having your way. Remain. I don't know where else.
On Twitter. While all of this was happening,
this is why I can't fucking stand religion to a certain point, because like you see people like this that's just fucking deranged.
Tophia's other family members came into the spotlight, including her mother, Marie, or Mama Chu. Unlike her husband, she seems relatively normal, albeit rather senile. She mostly became known for randomly walking in on Tophia's streams, only to get screamed at by her own daughter. Became known for randomly—
Excuse me, that was very unprofessional.
Walking in on Tophia's streams, only to get screamed at by her own daughter.
You guys have no business.
Hang up the phone! Hang up the phone! Give me the phone!
No, he answered that.
Well, just let him answer!
I told you to.
That's a horrible drawing. That's an awful drawing.
Stop it!
Despite the terrible way her daughter treats her, Marie clearly still loves her daughter, as she'll go all over social media to defend Tophia whenever she can. She even got into a habit of going live with her daughter, where she seems blissfully unaware of just how bad Tophia's reputation has gotten. During one of these live streams, Mama Chu accidentally soiled herself, and instead of being a good daughter and turning the stream off to go help her out, Tophia just let it play out for content. After the most recent arrest of Tophiachu in 2022, things quickly started getting complicated for the entire Tophia family.
Is this? Yeah, because his beard on the left looks more like growed out, and then the one on the right look like he got like a clean cut. And like he's calm, and like this one right here on the left look like he's just loud and angry.
Around this time, she'd started getting into drama with Nova Online, who I recently covered on my channel. But
wait, what? What the? This is like this is like fucking Civil War.
That was happening, the family also had some much greater concerns. Because of her trolls, Tophia's house was getting regularly raided. In December, sometime after Tophiachu was released from custody, the apartment was raided by a SWAT team, which used tear gas to gas them out before they were temporarily moved to a homeless shelter. This was allegedly after the landlords had received complaints about Tophiachu vandalizing the place with fires and put crosses up everywhere. Sadly, this wasn't the end of their terrible news. For background, because Tophiachu was the only real moneymaker in the family, he was responsible for paying rent. However, around December of 2020,
that time it took Upa found out that Tophiachu wasn't paying rent for the apartment Chu and went crazy.
It came out he had stopped paying for the last 3 months, and they owed the landlord $3,000. They didn't have the funds to pay it all at once, so they sought to get a 30-day extension and even applied for COVID relief that would theoretically pay their full debt off.
Your father was in charge of paying the rent then? Everything was coming from his account?
What the?
Okay, and so you guys were under the suspension. You're saying that the landlord waited 3 months to tell you guys that you guys were behind on your rent?
Yes.
But before it even got approved,
was that a real judge?
Sophia had the bright idea to spend $400 going to Comic-Con with her brother. Since there was no chance that she could scrounge up the money legitimately, she thought it would be a good idea to make a GoFundMe to help the move, where she asked for $3,000. She ended up raising $485 out of that $3,000, and there was a lot of backlash. Because of that backlash, she was invited on an interview by a creator named Aunt Karen, which made her look even worse. Among a few other topics, they explicitly talked about the eviction situation and her—
Oh, this can't be a real judge. Like the undergarment shirt. It was like, what the? Oh, this can't be real, right? This is like another Cyraxx shit. What the fuck? I'll see
for
this
asking
shit.
for money, and Tophia justified her reckless spending on Comic-Con by saying that the landlord was refusing the money until they could put together the full $300, whereas they only had $1,000.
The 1,000
Put to reckless spending on Comic-Con by saying that the landlord was refusing the money until they could put together the full $300, whereas they only had $1,000.
the 1,000
You meant a full $3,000.
before that I was offering to make a payment, but they wouldn't allow it. They said no. We have to have the full 3,000 up front.
So, because they wouldn't take her money anyway, she just decided to waste it, figured she was all but guaranteed to get that government relief money. She did not. This whole interview was an exercise in futility. When the topic of her not safe for work search history was brought up, she repeated the claim that the evidence of her doing so had been photoshopped. This was debunked towards the end when one of the Reddit investigators came into the call to prove once and for all that it was real.
Yeah, this is the corn side. There was also another link. I'm waiting for someone to send me that screenshot, but Tophia accidentally showed her activity. Like, you know, if you go down your home screen and you like swipe down. So under Tophia, it shows all her recent activities, like her, like she was on Among Us for like 15 minutes and stuff like that. On the top corner, there was a little X video show her being on it for 23 minutes.
Throughout the stream, Tophia kept trying to make people feel sorry for her. In the end, Karen concluded that Tophia probably deserved everything that was coming to her, saying no one in their right mind should be sending her money for anything. This really upset Tophia, who muted herself and started crying, shutting down any further attempts at conversation. Since she had officially fumbled her redemption arc, the obvious...
So I thought the GoFundMe thing didn't let you collect the money unless the goal was made, if I'm not mistaken. I thought if the goal is not met, they refund all the money that was sent. I don't know where I heard that is, but I heard that. I don't know. Also, I think I seen 49 people donated money to help her out, and she go and spend that money at fucking Comic-Con. The fuck out of here! Like people like you are that is so disgusting. That is just straight up scamming. Like how can, like it's so weird how people can literally have people like send them charity and stuff like that, and not even provide them with proper service.
Next course of action
It's just scam. That's a piece of shit.
Was to get into even more drama. In early February, she got into a
Oh my god, Ned. I don't know, the teen Asian. I don't know. Let's keep watching.
With a creator,
she might be one PDF file. Let's see.
Leslie Clark, and the two beefed it out on
Shit,
TikTok
I know
Live.
about this. I think I've seen this Leslie Clark person before.
Her
Holy
redemption
fuck.
arc, the obvious next course of action was to get into even more drama. In early February, she got into a spat with a creator named Leslie Clark, and the
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was no online first.
two beefed it out on TikTok Live. Tophia was also joined by Chris Doll, an OnlyFans model who ran defense for her. This entire argument is frankly ridiculous. The two sides accuse each other of things they're both just as guilty of as the other. Tophia, for example, flames Leslie for saying that black people smell, even though one of the things that she's most hated for is being racist against black people. Leslie flames Tophia for her search history when she herself is guilty of sending a 15-year-old nude photos of herself.
Come on. Oh my god, dude. Hold on one moment, guys.
Leslie then brings in this guy called Isaac, who's basically a community orbiter from this side of the internet, being heavily involved in the creation of the Chu Wiki, which was a fandom page that aimed to document Tophiachu and all of her shenanigans. There's really very little to say about this whole thing though. It all really boils down to Tophia trying to make herself look better by throwing other content creators under the bus while actively avoiding talking about her own misdeeds. When someone highlights something bad she did, she goes, "But what about this thing?" and thinks that that just solves the issue. So went another failed attempt to rehabilitate her image, and with the family's habitual inability to save, their landlord had no—
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I gotta look up Tophiachu. Is it Tophiachu? I keep saying Tophiachu. Tophiachu parents. Dead. 99. I'm sorry. I gotta look this shit up. Hold on. Is this a real photo of her? Or is this like some AI shit? $99. Emotion racing. Oh my god, dude, come on. Papa Chu 99. Oh, here we go. They go viral for season 25 years. Chaperone again. Alright. Boom.
Okay. Today is Friday, September 13, 2019. Every government in the world, every nation.
I was right. That was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty World at War. Taped on his background for some reason.
Every nation in the world must pay me $999, $999, $999, $999, $999, $999, $999, $999, $999 zillion dollars every year. The first installment, December 2019. Thank you.
999, 999, 999, 999. Oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. Yeah, no problem. You take Venmo or how will you even get 999, 999, 999? Money zesting. Zone I see, but why? Cause he make better use of them than them philanthropists. Holy fuck. That shit is fucking holy fuck. 999, 999. Holy fuck, that is comedy gold.
No option and thinks that that just solves the issue. So went another failed attempt to rehabilitate her image, and with the family's habitual inability to save, their landlord had no option. On February 25th, they kicked them out of the apartment, and the family—
Sophia was officially evicted February 2025. She has no heat, has no way to leave an apartment tomorrow.
He then moved to a motel.
First of all, I'm gonna say this. If I'm a landlord and somebody gets behind on a fucking rent or whatever by one, like it's they first time getting behind on that 1 month, they already all right. So they already behind that 1 month, right? I'm gonna be let it known that like, yo, y'all are behind now. Y'all are in debt. Y'all need to take care of this. Unless they got some crazy like laws protecting renters to where you can't evict them immediately. I'm not like I wouldn't be as harsh. Like I say, you get behind. I say 3 months the max. Like especially once you get behind on the second month, it's like But the third month, that's definitely like plans are definitely in place to evict you. And once that fourth month reach, it's like you're done with it. There's no like saving grace unless you can pay back 3 months of fucking back rent or that all 4 months of back rent.
Where they stayed for over a year. Despite the massive bloater, and the family then moved to a motel where they stayed.
Moved to a fucking motel. That's fucking nuts.
For over a year. Despite the massive blow to her ego, Tophia still wasn't quite done humiliating herself. She refused to get an actual job, banking on her dream of becoming a true viral success. In another attempt,
like, I can see if you actually had talent to like, yo, I'm not gonna get a regular job. I'm just gonna rock out in the free world. Like, I would love to say, hey, I'm not gonna get a job. Or I'm not gonna do my job no more. I'm gonna be a skater. I'm gonna be a musician. I'm gonna play guitar or whatever, piano. I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be a streamer. I'm gonna become an MMA fighter. I'm gonna what else? Like, I'm gonna make rugs. I'm gonna do art. I'm gonna do all this shit. I don't need a job. But the fact, what, like, with nowhere online, like, I don't understand like him, because all he does is just like review random bullshit and I don't know, fucking eat random food. I don't know. Like, are you seriously thinking, like, I know, like, but the thing is, I didn't have seen people just do that though, and be like, I remember there's one dude I came across on YouTube where all he did was like flush random shit down the toilet, and it was getting him like 500,000 fucking views. This was a while back. He's probably still doing it now. I was like, holy fuck. But like, but like to actually be banking on the fact to not to do any real work jobs into, but what, I don't even understand, what does she do? Like, how long this be? It's 22 minutes. I guess she makes like funny videos or something. I don't know what she's selling on her social media. I don't know. This is odd.
To save face, she went on another TikTok live with Karen, which went even worse than the last one, as multiple guests ganged up on her to talk smack about her. In fairness, Karen was actually pretty impartial. She even defended Tophia when some people tried to imply she was some kind of creep, while the others in the call tried to prove it was somehow actual CP.
Asian teen corn. Let's talk about that real quick. Is very misleading, because teen corn, as you guys know, if anybody has watched corn, you know that there's a category that says 18 and it says teen. So is that really anything lower that you guys can prove, or are we just saying that because it says teen corn? Because it could be 18, it could be 19.
It wasn't, by the way, or at least there's no proof that it was. The fact these people spent so long talking about,
I mean, if she's on a like an official adult website like X videos, it's definitely 18 or 19. Now if she was on like some shady ass website, then I don't have no say so on that. So they might be right. It might be underage stuff. I'm not sure, but I know for a fact if she was on like a regular like mainstream website, it's no fucking way it was like 17 and under. No fucking way. It was definitely 18 or 19. And they labeled that because it's teen porn. It's teen porn. So, boom.
about it is kind of ridiculous though, with the point still standing that none of this would have even happened if Tophia wasn't pretending that it was a Photoshop job. The livestream didn't add much lore, but it did include one interesting admission. In her endless quest to sit on her ass and do nothing, Tophia had tried to get a virtual babysitting job. I honestly didn't even know this was a real thing, and I don't even know if it's legal, but one of the guests tries to question why she is a virtual babysitter, basically trying to use it to prove that she's some kind of groomer, but the entire
All right. A virtual babysitter. I can see that working for like a child that's like around a 10 to 13 or 14, 10 to 14, because like pretty much around the age 10, they pretty much aware of what's right and wrong. But you still need somebody in front of you. Probably need some type of guardian that's looking over, make sure they're doing just what they need to do to make sure they get the task done and complete. But a virtual guardian, I don't a virtual babysitter, I don't know, man. Whatever, but definitely if she's trying to be a virtual babysitter, fuck no. Super fucking weird. And she's in a motel. That's the back of a motel. That's pretty fucking sad.
thing just comes across as comical after a while and really doesn't lead to any great conclusions. At this point, she just stopped trying to convince people to like her. In fact, she sort of just stopped trying in general. She started using a green screen effect, which is why she has the exact same background regardless of whether she's in her room or filming outside. This meant that she wouldn't have to worry about how messy her house actually was. For a while, there really wasn't much to report. She
clean up. If you're in a clean space, you have better mental health. That is a fact.
Was threatened with a lawsuit by Nova Online as they were still in the middle of their shit-flinging contest, but really, things were going okay for her, at least if you ignore the fact that she was flat out broke. But it would all get ruined on June 11th, when her TikTok was suddenly banned. In a panic, Tophia went on a warpath on Instagram. She threatened
I'm gonna fight the war. Isn't over. Y'all have harassed me for the last times. It almost over for some of y'all. TikTok, your day's a number. I'm going global. This is a fight. I know I'll win. Have her laugh. Now you won't be laughing soon. Why did she get banned? And also, why do everybody who get taken off a fucking platform always think they can like sue to get back on?
to expose every single one of her trolls and then threatened them with lawsuits. She then further swore revenge on her mom's livestream, promising she would come back. And she was right, as her account was reinstated within the next few days. But as far as I know, that was really the end of this whole saga. So much for revenge. I'm sure at this point, you can't help but think there's something wrong with this woman. Around this time, she told people on her livestream that she had a developmental disability, which made it hard for her to learn things. But it's not exactly known if or what she has. Things remained relative.
She's definitely, clearly not all the way there. And looking at her fucking parents, it can be genetic wise or also a mixture of like, what's that? How do they call it? Nature or nurture? Like, it can definitely be a mixture of like nature and nurture and like not just having all the resources there. Because she's clearly not all the way there. Her fucking dad is not all the way there. And her mom is definitely not all the way there. If they, like, come on. Who the fuck sits right there legitimately at the age of 60 years, around 60 years old, and asks the world government or whatever for 999 zillion dollars a year.
quiet for a
Fuck
couple of
outta
months
here.
until she made a bit of an oopsie. Since she doesn't understand the concept of being a public figure, she started following an account on Instagram that posted gay hentai. She also followed a page that was nothing but pictures of Asian men and boys, and casually liked dozens of photos. I'm pretty sure all of these people are adults in fairness, but I'm not entirely sure. While some people on Reddit were outraged, this incident went under the radar as other developments took precedent. Because in August, the Chew Crew Discord trademarked the name Tophia. Panicked, she came to TikTok, saying that she would likely abandon her main channel unless there was enough of a backing behind her to sue the trolls and get her name back. It's not
Tophia is deleting her account due to Discord trademarking her username. Crash to Chew Crew Discord. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure you can't get that name. You gotta be the first to claim it on Discord. I don't know. Or on any social media platform.
clear whether anyone actually donated, but the lawsuit was never mentioned again, and a month later, she bought a new iPhone 13. Keep in mind, at this point, she was stuck in a motel, and her family could not pay rent. And I guess in the end, she didn't need the lawyers that bad.
So you buy an iPhone 13 and you buy an iPhone 13 and I mean, I can see the iPhone. I don't know what phone she had before, but I guess if she's trying to use it to make better quality content with the camera, I will assume okay. But then again, it's like you're not making a significant difference between like a iPhone 12 or 11 to like an iPhone 13 quality image. I don't care how much they like say that you are. You're not making that much of a difference that's noticeable. So I think that was a waste.
Is she's still active on her main channel to this day. The rest of the family, meanwhile, was up to their own shenanigans, with Tophiachu getting arrested on the 28th of April, then getting arrested again in September for
holy fuck.
For aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and then again in November for aggravated robbery.
Speed runner.
But interestingly, he wasn't the only one facing some legal trouble. Enter Brother Chew, real name Donald Jr. At first glance, you may think that he's the most normal out of the Slidell family, but he's nonetheless just as much of a lunatic as
holy fuck, man. Imagine just being, oh my god, bro. Some people are just born into like failures, like holy
everyone else. Unlike his parents and sibling, he doesn't have much social media presence, and he's only really been known for occasionally appearing on Tophia's streams, often half naked. One of his more notable appearances was when he threatened to trace trolls' IP addresses and give them a violent end.
So if you want to continue talking your shit, run your mouth, everybody, go ahead. Don't think I'm gonna find out where you live. Don't think I'm not gonna find out.
Still, despite having some
like right here, there's like no soul in her eyes. Super like eerie.
Some anger issues, clearly, he mostly kept himself out of trouble, but all of that was about to change. First, a little background. So, sometime in 2022, Brother Chew and his girlfriend, Angie, broke up, and it wasn't
this motherfucker actually had a girlfriend? Holy fuck. Ugh.
a very clean separation. The two
damn, she got a unibrow going? Jesus Christ.
parties became incredibly hostile, although most of that was kept under wraps. Then, in January 2023, Angie started live streaming on TikTok, where she exposed several personal DMs showing just how dysfunctional things had gotten. In one of the DMs, he all but admitted to being verbally abusive, though he didn't respond when she asked him about when he had supposedly shoved her to the ground. In another, they talked about how he'd apparently faked a suicide attempt, although he denied that. As Angie was streaming, Brother Chew was in the chat repeatedly trying to dox her current address, and even Mama Chew showed up to talk about what was happening. At some point after this, Angie came in while live streaming, as she tried to get back some of the stuff she'd left at the house, including her dog. This was likely sometime before the family had been evicted. Brother Chew responded by saying he had thrown all of her stuff in the trash.
Bro, just imagine. ironically walking around like this. Like, I can probably see if you was like filthy rich and like you could give two fucks how you look. I think if I was like super rich, I can probably be like, fuck a haircut, fuck a shape up on my beard or a line. But to literally be like a complete bottom of the barrel failure right now, and not having nothing to your name and being like a motel bullshit.
Already, but she didn't really get much out of it, not even being able to get her dog. In the same stream, she also alleged that he had a pocket knife that he was going to use on his neighbor.
He has a knife right now, guys. He has a pocket knife he was gonna use on his neighbor.
For a while after this, there was radio silence on the whole thing. The two of them were filing restraining orders against each other, although they kept getting violated. Mutually, I might add. You can't stop love. But then, sometime in November, Angie came to TikTok again, accusing Brother Chu of being abusive. She went full score.
Why do some of these pictures of them look like really horrible, then like some of them like makes them look like super decent? Because like there's some I don't know, whatever.
Scorched earth against the entire Slidell family, accusing Tophia of, among other things, supposedly pleasing herself in front of her own mother and all kinds of other weird degenerate shit. Now obviously Tophia took this quite personally, as did Mama Chu. When the news about her brother initially dropped, she denied it wholesale. Well, kind of. They admitted
I'm not gonna lie. I actually fucking believe that she would definitely do that. I actually believe that Tophiachu would definitely be pleasing herself in front of her mama. I definitely believe
that there was violence going on, but that it was mutual.
He may have hit Angie like he said he did, but he said she hit him too.
I don't want to have it. Don't discuss that.
She hit him too, she said.
Don't discuss anything that has to do with that.
This launched into a massive back and forth that frankly is kind of difficult to follow. The Slidell family was accused of refusing to return Angie's car.
I'm hearing rumors that Vera has homeless in the streets, Hershey likely being put down and her family using Angie's car to sleep in a bar. Angie, is this true? It's coming from an inside source up in Albuquerque.
And Tophia herself went as far as to dox Angie for all the
awesome
trouble she had supposedly caused them. Now, the car thing may or may not be true, as Brother Chu had the car since at least September, and
my new place soon to be on the 94 when she's back from the dead, which I think
Angie hadn't reported it stolen or anything like that. More notably, Brother Chu had no issue putting it up for sale, which would seem unwise if the vehicle was truly stolen. Then again, no one in this family has shown themselves to be particularly forward-thinking, so who knows. In retaliation, Angie started live streaming regularly to spread the message of how terrible this family really is. She threatened to sue the Slidells over the car situation, and she ragged on Tophia for her awful. She threatened to sue
he won't give back the green two-door Corvette
the Slidells over the car situation, and she ragged on Tophia for her awful hygiene, recalling a story when Angie's dad came to pick up Tophia and Marie while they were all walking somewhere. As soon as Tophia left the car, her dad was hit by a foul smell. This supposed smell is a big part of the lore. For example, in another video, Angie gave a very vivid image of Tophia's body odor.
Tophia smells like BO and piss.
The flinging would go on, leading to Brother Chu leaking Angie's sex tape, which he saw as proof of cheating. While I couldn't find it myself, the claim was that she appeared to be getting assaulted, but Tophia didn't see it that way. When she saw it, she claimed that Angie was clearly enjoying herself, meaning that all this video was proof of cheating. During the same stream, she accused Angie of being a very different person from how she had presented herself, claiming that she had threatened to harm herself whenever Brother Chu tried to leave her, which supposedly led to Brother Chu getting a restraining order. It seems Angie was in the chat at the same time, saying things that were upsetting Tophia, who then told Angie she needs to get off the internet. This battle didn't end there, as Tophia followed it up by leaking some very private medical history, including the facts that Angie had supposedly had a miscarriage prior to meeting Brother Chu. At a point, the drama started to devolve into meaningless drivel. It dragged on for months on end, with the two parties being pretty horrible to each other. Eventually, Brother Chu broke the silence, where he explained the situation from his perspective.
She's always wondering who I'm talking to, whether I have a girlfriend or not. and she's always trying to see what's on my phone. Still acting like controlling, like we're in a freaking relationship, trying to always wonder what the hell I'm doing and who the hell I'm talking to.
He'd known her for
I'm
around
lost,
7
man.
years,
I'm
and he
lost.
claims she's always been kind of weird. According to him, she was dating a guy in his 40s despite being only 27 at the time, and he also claims that he was abusive towards her, but clarifies that the abuse was mutual, meaning they both were just acting horrific towards each other. Sometime after this, things devolved even further. For some reason, Angie decided to move to the same motel they were staying at, all but guaranteeing that there would be more drama. Lo and behold, they had another spat. While Angie was arguing with a roommate, Brother Chu pulled a gun on them. He then must have left, attempting to talk to Angie through the door.
I'm trying to talk to you.
Okay, you're over here yelling about a gun, dude. I'm not doing it.
So fine, don't talk to me.
That guy definitely does not need a gun. Nobody in that family needs a gun.
You don't want to fucking talk. You escape every single one of your fucking problems. This is not my problem, my situation I should have been in.
Okay, you don't have to come at me like that.
Based on their conversation, he had been waving a gun around, quite possibly at Angie's current boyfriend. But honestly, with how much context we're missing here, it's a little difficult to follow. Tophia would defend her brother by saying it was just a BB gun and that he didn't mean to harm anyone. It didn't exactly look good either way, even with that added detail. 2 days later, Brother Chu and Angie ran into each other again, and he threatened to call the cops on her. Of course, since he's a brain-dead idiot, he also doxed the motel address and his room number by saying it out loud, which backfired immediately. Tophia was on a live stream blaming Angie for the address leak. But luckily, Angie left the motel on the same day Tophia and company took the opportunity to barge into the now unoccupied room, where they uncovered that she's quite messy in her own right. The motel room floor and bed were covered in cat shit, which Tophia deliberately pointed out every time she spotted it. She also doxed Angie's room number in the process.
Why are you fucking homeless in a fucking motel and you still got fucking animals? Oh my god. That pisses me off. You literally volunteer to have dependents. Animals and fucking kids should not be home. Granted, they don't have kids. Thank God. But, dude, oh my god, dude. Oh.
Although at this point, that didn't really matter. Sometime later,
and you sitting in a fucking room with cat shit. That's not even. It's not even like in a litter box where it can mask the smell. It's just sitting out on the fucking. Oh my god, dude. Oh.
Later in April, Angie fired up a stream close to the motel, and she claimed that her ex-boyfriend had stolen her dog and sold it for $200. That's about all there is to this stream. The rest is just babbling. Now in May, for the first time since the whole drama started, Brother Chu finally came back with some of his own receipts, sharing a conversation between them where Angie admitted to being charged with domestic violence. He also exposes her for assaulting other people, including some random guy who ended up beating her up, which Brother Chu also showed. Notably, he claims that she was fired from her teaching job because of being inappropriate with children, but he doesn't provide any proof of that, so the jury's out on whether or not that's even close to reality. This specific drama mostly ends here, and honestly, it's hard to root for either party. If you peruse through Tophia's early Facebook days, she comes across as a bit of an animal lover, posting pictures of her dogs that had passed away. They eventually got a pet chihuahua named Hershey, and when Tophia's streaming career kicked off, it was very clear to everyone in the audience that they couldn't take care of her. From the get-go, TikTok was swamped with Tophia and pretty much the whole family mistreating Hershey, who, being untrained and in constant distress, was openly very aggressive towards the family members, but to Tophia especially. She constantly barked and growled in her presence, to which Tophia never really had much to say. Back when they still rented an apartment, she couldn't even be bothered to take her dog outside to piss, instead just laying out a bunch of pee pads, which were just layered.
Are you fucking for real? Like, are you fucking for real right now? Are you dead serious right now? Like, why would you have a fucking animal and you don't want to do proper maintenance for the animal, proper care for the animal, proper this and that for the animal? Go fuck yourself.
over each other in the apartment. When fans called her out on it, she never really responded. Not that she really cared if the dog peed on the carpet, as the worst she'd do is get annoyed and not even clean it up. But worst of all, she was also physically abusive.
So it's just dog pee on the carpet. Fuck out of here.
Towards the animal. Of course, this is Tophia, and any attempts from her fans to make her fix her behavior fell on deaf ears. After the family was evicted, Hershey moved in with them, and most of the dog abuse clips hovering around the internet came from their stay at the motel. But Tophia really believed that she was a good pet owner, so she decided to foster another animal, this time a cat. This is despite the fact that she had no means of taking care of it, as she had to feed the cat dog food, which is very unhealthy for cats. At one point, the poor creature was so starved of nutrients that it jumped up on Tophia's table to steal her bacon.
No, you're not gonna get her now. She stole my bacon. She's gonna attack you if you take it away. That's what she does. she's holding the bacon.
When the cat wasn't busy starving to death, it was constantly agitated, attacking Tophia whenever she tried to get close. In her infinite wisdom, Tophia blamed the aggression on the fact that the cat had recently been neutered. Keep in mind, Tophia had—
Holy fuck. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? And her fat ass is definitely not missing a meal. Your ass is not missing a meal. Which I wonder is, that's kind of crazy. I always assume, well, I guess that would make sense if like you're walking all the time. But I always assume like if you're homeless, it's kind of, how hard does it gotta be for you to still maintain a BMI over like a BMI of morbidly obese? How hard is that?
zero issues throwing on the fact that the cat had recently been neutered. Keep in mind, Tophia had zero issues throwing the cat around without a care in the world. People began reporting her to Albuquerque Animal Welfare for her very obvious animal abuse, asking how the agency could permit Tophia to foster an animal in the first place. The Animal Welfare social media account had something very interesting to say. Apparently, Tophia had never actually been entered into the foster program, meaning her claim of fostering the cat was false. It's not clear whether Tophia found out about this or not, but just a few days later, she reported that the cat had been rehomed. And that left Hershey, who somehow held out in that house of horrors until now. Sometime in February of 2024, Tophia came online with some devastating news. Hershey was missing. She claimed a couple was walking by their motel room with a big black dog. The motel room door was cracked open. Suddenly, the couple lost control of the animal, which sprinted towards the door and busted through. Hershey then apparently tore herself free from her leash and ran away. In tears, Tophia announced that she was gone. But there are some issues with this story. For one, she left the door cracked open despite claiming in the same video that wolves were in the area. This is a shady motel establishment, where leaving your door unlocked is an open invitation to get robbed or trafficked. She also chose not to put up flyers indicating that the dog was missing and asking for anyone who had seen the dog to let her know, and did nothing to try and find Hershey for one entire week. The stream where she broke the news happened over a week after Hershey went missing, and up until then, the only people looking for the dog were animal control. Worst of all, perhaps, is that she supposedly didn't even chase after Hershey until she had put on more clothes.
I didn't have anything on because I had, well, I did, but I mean my like pajama shirt, whatever I had. And so I had to hurry up brushing get dressed to go chase after my dog that ran.
The whole story left a sour taste in people's mouths. The Tophiachu TikTok subreddit distrusted her version of the story, scorning her for complete disinterest in finding the dog. Even after revealing the sad news, she did nothing to try and find Hershey at all. In fact, she completely stopped talking about the topic across all of her social media. When another person made a post asking for people to help find Hershey, Tophia sent people
Yeah, something bad definitely happened to that dog.
To report their account, claiming she was pretending to be the owner. In the same breath, she made posts like this about how losing a pet can be as painful as losing another loved one. But somehow, it gets worse. Sometime after Hershey went missing, Tophia's family somehow got a new dog, a pit bull puppy, which she admitted to in some person's DMs on the 26th of February. That was 2 days before she actually announced Hershey was missing. Mind you, she didn't actually say that they were adopting it.
They need a ban. They need to somehow put a restraining order on them having pets. All of them having pets. put a fucking restraining order on. That is fucking ridiculous. They already got another pet. Holy fuck.
Clearly said they were taking care of it until the owner would take the dog back or something. But here's where things get really weird. About 2 weeks after she originally broke the story, she posted about it on Facebook, but the details were inconsistent. This time, she said that her mother was outside with Hershey to use the restroom. There was no mention of the door being cracked open prior, and she said she had to open
Wait, hold on. On 30th, my mom took the dog to use the restroom. I was sitting there and I heard some commotion. I can hear my dog tagging her. I thought it was a wuss, so I was panicking. Taking my dog, and I was also curious. I thought my mom was being took too. I get the hell because I hear this commotion. The door is cracked open. I see a black figure, and I see a black figure the other way. And like, that's when I realized a big black pit going on. Yeah. Oh, I thought I'm about to say I seen wolf. I'm like, you telling me she said a wolf got her dog?
to let Hershey in. While some of these inconsistencies could maybe be chalked up to a bad memory, it also created other issues. With the extra detail, the story just made less sense in general. Tophia was the one at the door, and she had enough time to let both Hershey and her mother in. Considering that Hershey is a dog, she would have entered the doorway faster than Mamachu. So if the black dog was chasing Hershey, they should have no trouble outrunning Marie, who's elderly and in poor physical health. The black dog also supposedly threw Marie down, even though Tophia was the first person the pit bull would have to run through if Marie was already inside. And so with all of these inconsistencies, people on Reddit questioned if the story was even slightly real. People had been searching for Hershey for weeks, but as false positives started piling up, the prevailing belief was that Tophia had likely done something to the dog, and that she wasn't willing to admit to whatever it was. Whether that's true or not, we may never know. She doesn't talk about Hershey very much anymore. Sadly, it's likely that she's been dead for a while, especially if her claims of wolves being in the area are true. As for the pit bull, they definitely had the dog in May, but I haven't seen any proof that they still have it. In the end, she had other concerns, like hentai. Around August, she was caught liking hentai again, except it got a little bit weirder than last time. While most of it was gay stuff, as you'd expect, she also enjoyed some weirder stuff, including a graphic story about a 17-year-old student getting it on with a lawyer. On that note, however, she also got involved in something much worse. The details of this story are quite vague. From what I could figure out, Tophia said that she was in possession of some potential CSAM material, which she said was also evidence of some other random guy, whom she did not name, being irresponsible with kids.
I was there when she said to look up CP. I know she's not talking about... Like, I know I have CP, but...
This backfired on her massively, and she came on stream the next day and explained that the PDF file was actually from a Discord server, which she had already reported to the police. She speaks about it on multiple occasions, but I genuinely have no clue what the hell she's saying. In response to an Instagram rant, some Redditors were able to figure out that she may have been trying to say that she has a screenshot of someone else saying that they possess CSAM material. Honestly though, it's incredibly hard to say, and the way she felt the need to say that she's totally not a PDF file herself made a lot of people suspect that something was going on.
So I don't know why you're talking about me being a predator. I didn't say I was hesitant. I just literally said, I've literally provided proof.
In the end, this issue was closed without much of a good resolution. The Tophiachu TikTok subreddit, one of the largest anti-Tophia communities, closed the issue and urged people to come up with actual proof if there was any. Tophia wasn't impacted too badly by this, but at the same time, she also had much bigger concerns. She claimed that her family was so broke that they could no longer afford to eat. Mamachu was quick to dispel this claim, saying that they were eating just fine. It's likely that she's been dead for a while, especially if her claims of wolves being in the area are true. As for the pit bull, they definitely had the dog in May, but I haven't seen any proof that they still have it. In the end, she had other concerns, like hentai. Around August, she was caught liking hentai again, except it got a little bit weirder than last time. While most of it was gay stuff, as you'd expect, she also enjoyed some weirder stuff, including a graphic story about a 17-year-old student getting it on with a lawyer. On that note, however, she also got involved in something much worse. The details of this story are quite vague. From what I could figure out, Tophia said that she was in possession of some potential CSAM material, which she said was also evidence of some other random guy, whom she did not name, being irresponsible with kids.
I was there when she said to look up CP. I know she's not talking about... Like, I know I have CP, but
This backfired on her massively, and she came on stream the next day and explained that the PDF file was actually from a Discord server, which she had already reported to the police. She speaks about it on multiple occasions, but I genuinely have no clue what the hell she's saying. In response to an Instagram rant, some Redditors were able to figure out that she may have been trying to say that she has a screenshot of someone else saying that they possess CSAM material. Honestly though, it's incredibly hard to say, and the way she felt the need to say that she's totally not a PDF file herself made a lot of people suspect that something was going on.
so I don't know why you're talking about me being a predator. I didn't say I was hesitant. I just literally said, I've literally provided proof.
In the end, this issue was closed without much of a good resolution. The Tophiachu TikTok subreddit, one of the largest anti-Tophia communities, closed the issue and urged people to come up with actual proof.
No review approved regarding she said, please feel free to contact brigade do not burn. Cease, child. Abusive material? Okay, I think that's what it stands for. Abusive materials. Okay.
Proof if there was any. Tophia wasn't impacted too badly by this, but at the same time, she also had much bigger concerns. She claimed that her family was so broke that they could no longer afford to eat. Mamachu was quick to dispel this claim, saying that they were eating just fine.
We can't buy stuff for lunches. We can only buy for our dinners. Meat that we don't have.
And sometimes, yeah, we can afford to buy stuff for lunches. But I make whatever's in there for lunch. I do.
She can eat lunch because she can't. We all can't eat lunch. There's not enough for
I make.
lunch.
Don't continue.
I am gonna continue because you eat that, then you don't have dinner.
Well, okay, well, then you know what? I won't defend you then.
Well, then don't. I'm not gonna have you come.
That's what I was.
Definitely give vibes of like a teenager slash. Like she definitely give vibes as a 15, 16-year-old right here trying to like go against her parental figure, and we're in like she's 30 fucking years old. Like get the fuck out of here.
No, you wasn't.
I just
You're
did.
making it worse. The point wasn't about having lunches or not. You're telling them that I'm not grateful for the food that I have. Now you're being stupid.
She's not lying. My daughter's not lying.
This led to Tophia having a meltdown live on the air, arguing with her mother that she was making everything worse by telling the truth. Since lying about food didn't work, she went for other money-making avenues. She leaned heavier into creating merch, with some very elaborate collages of copyrighted material that basically look like a third grader made them. And of course, she also continued to
Holy fuck, bro. Like, how lame do you gotta be to to make some bullshit merch like that? Holy
stream
fuck.
like there was no tomorrow. She started leaning into Let's Plays, which led to her playing Sims 4 on her Xbox. In October, during one such stream, she told two Sims to do the deed, which they happened to do in front of a baby.
Alright, real quick. If you're in a situation like that, I think the last thing you should be doing is gaming. Unless you like legitimately just worked a fucking hard ass shift and you want to play the game, okay, cool. But if you don't even have a fucking, I don't know how long they've been homeless at this point, but you're literally playing the fucking game on your Xbox. Come on, dude, get the fuck out of here.
Crib. Some of her more virulent trolls took this moment to report it to TikTok staff, claiming that it was breaking the terms of service. Since TikTok moderation is run by a bunch of gibbons with typewriters, they actually fell for it, and she was officially banned from streaming on her main account. But Tophiachu is nothing if not persistent, so she vowed to move her streaming operation over to Twitch. But she didn't actually move it over to Twitch. Instead, she just started streaming on her second TikTok account. So much for the great migration.
Dumb and idiotic is to say that Sims having woo-ha in front of a child is abuse. What the hell? It's literally saying I abused a child. How did I abuse a child when I'm gaming?
But the TikTok ban was just the start of the craziness. Do you remember how I mentioned that Tophia's actual biological relation to Tophiachu was in question? Well, while she was live streaming, her mother would occasionally talk about the past. One time, she reportedly mentioned the date she had met Donald, which, according to her, was in 1994. But there was a problem. Tophia was born in July 1994, meaning that she probably had to be conceived in 1993. And her dad is, in fact, probably not her dad. Marie must have realized the mistake she made, taking to Twitter, where she explained that she had met Tophiachu in 1994 and Tophia was born in 1995. But this is easy to prove false, so I have no idea what she was even trying to achieve with that. Speaking of her father, he had returned to social media after a long hiatus, going by the name Martrania Satorium on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, and LinkedIn. He hasn't posted.
Man, what the fuck? What's his man name? Martrania Satorium. What the fuck? 999, 999, 999, 999.
Very much on YouTube, but on TikTok, he quickly got to work. I think these may be thirst traps, but you never really know with this family. Twitter is where he really went crazy, making over 900 posts between September 28th and October 19th. It was pretty much exactly what
Wait, how many
thirst traps, but you never really know with this family. Twitter is where he really went crazy, making over 900 posts between September 28th and October 19th. It was pretty much
over 900 posts between September 28th and October 19th. Holy
exactly
fuck.
what you'd expect from him. Schizo posting, pictures of himself naked, weird financial stuff, politics, and just for variety, pictures of scantily clad women. It's like he was using his Twitter as his personal archive of every picture he wanted to save, rather than what it actually is, which is a public platform. He also started popping up in the chat of Tophia's lives. At first, she claimed it wasn't actually her father, only to walk that back and say that she had never claimed such a thing, and it was, in fact, her father. This had some unintended consequences. One of the slew of pictures Tophiachu posted was a meme of Tophia with Hershey, with a caption saying, "We just finished watching Asian teen videos together." This became one of his most reposted tweets. With this activity, a lot of people started to message him in the DMs. One, claiming to be a Russian girl named Melania, had a very amusing exchange with him, where he went on a rant about how beautiful she was and how he would do everything in his power to make her his wife and business partner. He also said that he had been abandoned by his family and was all on his lonesome. For context, Tophiachu hadn't been living with them for many months at this point, even though his SSI checks helped pay for the motel room. This really angered Tophia, who went on an Instagram live to complain about it. She denied the accusations that she had abandoned her father, saying that they were trying their best to get him help through veteran affairs.
We didn't abandon my father. We're trying to get him help with the VA, and they're not helping us. I am tired of people messaging.
Oh, so he's a veteran, okay. 999, 999, 999.
Me asking me why did I abandon my father? Why is he in a message saying that he's looking for a wife? He's not in his right mind, and you guys keep pushing him to say stuff. And I'm tired of
nobody in your family is in their right mind.
For views and for money. My family is not views and money. This is a real life situation that I have to go through.
She spent most of her life ragging on people for quote-unquote taking advantage of her dad by making him say things. She even claimed that no one should be able to message him at all because he had his messages turned off. Her proof was that neither she nor her mother could message him. But I think a much easier explanation would be that her own father blocked her and his wife on Twitter so that he could message random people on the internet. Things got very complicated in the next few days. Tophia's mom started messaging people claiming that her husband had gone missing. At this time, he was still posting on Twitter, but they weren't able to contact him, and he wasn't at the homeless shelter he'd been staying at. While the family was trying to find him, Tophia was busy doing what she always does, constantly streaming. And if she wasn't streaming herself, she was invading her trolls' live streams to spread toxicity in chat, really saying nothing of substance in the process. When a girl roasted her, she made a video firing back where she bragged about how she was getting all of these brand deals that she got all on her own, while claiming that the brand deals of the person who had roasted her were gotten through OnlyFans.
She didn't get those brand deals, and she's liking comments acting as if she got brand deals. And if I was her fans, I would unfollow her because you guys helped her to get those brand deals, and she's acting as if she got them by herself, that she didn't need you guys,
that
Hey, why
she
she
didn't
kinda
need
look
your
like that-
help to
that
get
one
her
girl.
those brand deals.
But she still wasn't done. She
From,
released another video specifically calling out
like
a
the
troll
Disney
account
Channel
for
show.
trying to expose her for, among other
Gabriella or
things,
something like
supposedly
that? No,
defending
not
Leslie
Gabriella.
Clark for being a
think she's
PDF
in High
file.
School
How she
Musical.
has this much time to bother with this bullshit is beyond me, but I guess she is unemployed. This newfound confidence
What
wouldn't last
brand
too
deal
long,
she's
however.
getting?
Do you remember those brand deals that she bragged about? Well, they couldn't have paid her that much, because in late October, she complained about how TikTok wasn't paying out her funds. She then started begging people to send her $120. Unsurprisingly,
brand
people
deals is she
criticized her
getting?
for this move, especially since she still insisted that she was making loads of money and didn't need a real job. So she deleted the original post and took to TikTok, where she was of money and didn't need a real job.
How she ordered S and she still owe me $350? It puts the option on the screen.
Job. So she deleted the original post and took to TikTok, where she then stated that she hadn't received any of the $120 from her audience, so it was not a big deal.
I asked for 120, but I said we got it because nobody sent anything to me. It ended up getting worked out anyways. We got it worked out.
She claimed the
I'm trying to figure out what brand deals did she get? Who in the right mind sponsor her?
reason that she deleted the post, however, is because they had worked out the money situation. But who really believes that? It seems more like she deleted it due to the TikTok backlash. Amusingly, she accuses people who criticize her of not brushing their teeth in the morning. And as we all know, she's not exactly an expert on proper hygiene. She then went on another live stream saying that she still needed the 120 bucks. She even claimed she was looking for work from home jobs again, which could have meant that the money situation was actually dire. Of course, still not dire enough to get her to work at McDonald's. She implicitly admits that they can't pay their rent anymore, but when trying to answer why she won't become a normal person with a normal job, she says she's just trying her best with the time she has. She's not very specific, I don't really know what that means, but she does say that they only have a few days left to get some money. It seems like some people in the audience eventually took pity on her and sent her 300 bucks. But then when she tried to withdraw it, she was told she had to wait until Wednesday. She was understandably pissed, trying to contact customer service, although that was no real help at all. In the end, her attempt to get money was unsuccessful.
That's crazy. I don't know, man. After that, I wouldn't be sending nobody no money on no shit like that. She scammed those people, spent that rent money. She have like $500 that rent money to go to fucking Comic-Con. Fuck out of here. And she's apparently gonna get a work from home job. Highly doubt that. You gotta, most likely you're gonna be doing like customer service, and you need something quiet 24/7 on your job, and like that's not happening in that fucking small ass room.
And soon we would find out exactly why she needed it so badly. A few days after this, a girl called Squid, who worked as a housekeeper, claimed that they had to evict a TikToker known for live streaming, although she refused to say the actual name. This mysterious TikToker had been evicted because they couldn't pay the rent, which this TikToker claimed was because TikTok wouldn't pay them. This was Tophia, as I'm sure you've caught on. The story quickly went viral as people flocked to her to ask questions about the motel room.
I only ever went in their room once, and that was like the week after they got a clean notice, which means that their room was so disgusting that we almost had to kick them out, and they had to clean it up to not get kicked out. It was still disgusting, and it smelled like ass. I'm pretty sure we had to throw away every single set of sheets that we gave them. They refused to ever let us actually come in and clean, which is part of the reason they got kicked out.
In the same clip, she said that Tophia used to refer to her as her maid for clout. According to her, she and other housekeepers were never allowed in the room, only being allowed to take the family's towels and bring in new ones. Even still, they could still smell the room. In a later video, she clarified the reason that they always had roaches everywhere is because they would never clean up their food, leading to, you know, bugs coming out. As Squid started getting attention, Tophia noticed, and she wasn't happy to learn that people were making fun of her. She responded on a live stream, where she accused Squid of not giving the full story, and even threatened her by saying that she would get her fired from her job if she didn't. She also claimed to have reported Squid to the police. Amusingly, she also makes this little comment.
You're a maid, you're not a worker, and you have no right sharing people's business.
There is so much irony in this clip that it feels...
You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, Tophia. Fuck you.
insulting to even point it out. Regardless, she follows us up by giving her own version of the story, in which she calls the housekeepers her maids again and then calls them rude and inhospitable. She explains how they totally intended to pay the rent and that the reason she didn't pay it is not because TikTok didn't pay her, but instead because TikTok didn't pay her.
But the main reason why the rent didn't get paid is because I could have had the money from TikTok to cover whatever my brother couldn't pay until he was able to pay. That was the main issue.
She does note that it's her brother who usually pays the rent and that he couldn't cover it this time around, but then again, that doesn't take anything away from Squid's story. Tophia complains about how they were supposedly given until 6 p.m. for her brother to withdraw the money, but claimed that one of the rude housekeepers tried to force them out earlier than that. This whole story is just her rambling and trying to shift blame in whatever way she can. The worst thing that she exposed Squid for is that she was rude and hates her job, which frankly, if you are Tophiachu's housekeeper, and those are the worst personality traits you have, you're not that bad. Still, Squid kept posting on TikTok, responding to Tophia's threats by not taking them the least bit seriously. She reminded Tophia that she was indeed kicked out of her room because firstly, it smelled absolutely horrible, and secondly, they refused to pay rent. So trying to divert attention from that was ultimately a waste of time.
I guarantee it smelled like pure fucking ass. You got fucking animals shitting all over the place. You're sitting right there building trash up. We know how you live. You're apparently hoarding, right? Like, holy fuck, man. Jesus Christ, man.
Admittedly, though, she was milking the situation pretty hard. Due to popular demand, she finally released photos of the hotel room. Just look at this lovely bathtub. I mean, this is just excellent. Later, she even called the police to do a welfare check on the family when she saw them sitting on the sidewalk and squatting in their cars, which Tophia took especially personally. So personal, in fact, that she released a 13-part rant on her Instagram. After complaining for a while about how they needed to buy a house because rent was becoming too expensive, she started talking about how they always kept the room very clean due to inspections from a different housekeeper.
And she did random inspections and she told us that our room was clean. We always kept our room clean.
She talks about how many of the appliances were busted and needed fixing, and also said that the whole room was dirty and smelled terrible when they got there.
Mind you, that door that was damaged, the stove that was dirty was not from us. She's trying to make it seem like the lights were damaged because we damaged it. She tried to act like the door was damaged because we damaged it, and she tried to say that the stove was damaged because of us. It was damaged from whoever stayed there previously. And I know this because when we got into our room, it smelled horrible. We couldn't ask for another room because that was the last room left. That was the last room left. So we didn't get a choice to pick. We didn't damage the lights. That was already damaged. The stove was damaged. The refrigerator was damaged. Luckily, we got our...
So you tell me all this shit was damaged, and how long did y'all stay in that motel room and y'all didn't try to get a exchange? Fuck out of here.
refrigerator working again because they didn't get it working for 2 months.
She also went on to claim that the reason they hadn't cleaned out the trash was because they were too busy packing that day to do anything like that.
I don't know if you put that trash behind there from wherever you found the trash because you guys rushed us to leave, so we didn't have time to clean the room.
However, she conveniently ignores the fact that they lived in that room for many months and that if it truly had been so dirty, they could have just cleaned it. She spends a lot of...
Yeah, or ask for a new room and all those things was clearly fucked up. Yeah, she's bullshitting. Like, we seen how you lived before. And like this, it's just disturbing.
Time complaining about Squid, very upset that she had reported them to Child Protective Services. But Squid wasn't done. She took advantage and decided to milk this cow a little bit more. Tophia was so fed up with being bullied that she ended up exposing the actual motel that Squid worked at.
And you did dox me. And now the gloves are off, okay? I was not doxing you. And then you had to go and name the place that I worked twice, okay?
But Squid didn't seem to care that much. To round things off, she released one more video where she talks some more about the irreparable damage done to the motel. According to her, they had to throw away 2 mattresses because they were soaked in piss.
We had to throw away both of the mattresses in your room because they were soaked with piss.
This drama really said a lot about Tophia's childishness, but it didn't really matter what she did. Arguably, being a petty idiot just led to more people tuning in, which she really needed at that moment because her entire family had just become homeless, except for her father, who had been arrested again on the 31st of October. And this begins the start of Tophia's arc as a nomad. She continued to live stream, and because she kept using the green of Tophia's arc as a nomad.
Public. Shit in line.
She continued to live stream, and because she kept using the green screen effect, it still looked like she was in her old room. Well, it didn't really look like it, but, you know, she thought it did. Since they were all homeless, they ended up visiting a homeless shelter during a Thanksgiving event. When people...
Holy fuck. Ooh, man, bro, imagine being 60 fucking years old and this is how your life turned. You man. Bro, just imagine. Imagine being 60 fucking years old and your life turns out to you being in a fucking homeless shelter. Homeless. With a fucking doofus as a fucking child. Oh my god, man. Like, oh my god, man. This is like a picture where I'm like, I need to tell myself to lock the fuck in. Holy fuck. You telling me you spent 60 fucking years on this fucking planet for your life to turn out like this? As the end goal?
People started asking about it. She at first denied that they were in a homeless shelter at all, but then they confirmed that they were at the Joy Junction Convention Center, which is kind of a roundabout way of saying that they were actually at a homeless shelter. But because she continually tried to hide it and tiptoe around the topic, people were desperate to figure out the truth. But in another strange twist, Tophia seemed to maybe not even realize that she was in a homeless shelter. She referred to it as a convention center, which made a lot of people think that maybe she thought it was the same as, let's say, Comic-Con, meaning it's like a cool event to attend. Even Mamachu fell for the trap, saying that it's definitely not a homeless shelter. Meanwhile, in early December, the footage of Papachu's arrest was leaked to the public, and it's probably one of the most insane things that I have ever seen. As crazy as this was, it paled in comparison to Slidell's life on the outside. Since they had no TV,
Wait,
Tophia could no longer do Let's Plays. Comparison.
Is that her car? What type of fucking car is that? Look at this shit. Who the fuck drives around? Oh my god, come on.
Into Slidell's life on the outside. Since they had no TV, Tophia could no longer do Let's Plays, so her two Xboxes were just sat in the car. They had even more Xboxes they were trying to pawn off for parts, but unfortunately, on December 17th, someone broke in and stole their valuables. Tophia would go on Instagram to discuss the topic.
What happened was that literally stuff was thrown out of the car, right out of the Jetta. So I don't know if it was thrown out of the Jetta. I thought people threw it there to make it look like we were littering. We came back, so then I decided to go into the car and check because I noticed the clothes were thrown around. I said, okay, cool, let me go check. My two Xboxes were stolen.
Tophia claims that the robbers were caught on video camera, saying she was
Wait, hold on. I have 3 Xbox 360s. Best used for parts, have not been tested. Consoles only asking $20. Oboe for all 3? What?
Unfortunately, on December 17th, someone broke in and stole their valuables. Tophia would go on Instagram to discuss the topic.
What happened was that literally stuff was thrown out of the car, right out of the Jetta. So I don't know if it was thrown out of the Jetta. I thought people threw it there to make it look like we were littering. We came back, so then I decided to go into the car and check because I noticed the clothes were thrown around. I said, okay, cool, let me go check. My two Xboxes were stolen.
Tophia claims that the robbers were caught on video camera, saying she was confident that they would eventually be caught, and warning them that they should turn themselves in. Well, they weren't caught, and they didn't turn themselves in. And on the topic of wasting money, unfortunately, the family still hadn't really learned their lesson from being homeless. They still spent money door dashing food, and when that got a bit too expensive, Tophia...
How are you door dashing food while you're homeless? How is that even fucking possible? Are you fucking with me? How is that even fucking possible? You're door dashing food while homeless. That doesn't make not a bit of fucking sense.
started buying Lunchables. At every turn, they can't seem to make the right decision. Eventually, Christmas came, and while the family didn't have money for gifts, Tophia decided to give the gift of herself to the world. Even as she was standing out in the cold and literally homeless, she was still flexing on her trolls by talking about how her life is so much better than theirs because she gets to just hang out all day, while other people have to stand on their feet to make a living. This was also at the time when everyone thought that TikTok would be permanently banned in the United States, so a lot of people questioned how she was even going to make money going forwards.
I have over $1,000 plus in TikTok. Duh, TikTok still has to pay us that. Even if TikTok is getting banned, they have no choice but to pay me that money.
I think it's probably worth mentioning that the average salary in Albuquerque is $30 an hour, which comes up to about $4,800 a month before tax. And she is boasting about $1,000 that probably took her over a month to gather up. But despite the boasts, Tophia knew she couldn't actually just sit on her ass and make money. So she finally stood up and started letting people pay her to do jumping jacks. At this point, a lot was happening in just a matter of days. In early January, Brotherchu was arrested for a traffic violation. Just a few days later, he was exposed by cursed decals on YouTube who showed Brotherchu's Snapchat messages flirting with a 15-year-old girl while he was pretending to be 16. This was later confirmed by matching the phone to the one Brotherchu owns. Remember, this is the same guy who accused his ex.
Dude look like fucking Cyraxx in this photo. Holy fuck. Oh my god, man. Jesus Christ. What a wretched family.
Of being some kind of chomo. It defies understanding how messed up both Tophia and her brother are, but then again, maybe we shouldn't be that surprised, given their parents. In a live stream, Tophia gave us a little bit of an insight to their childhoods that may help piece together the puzzle. Apparently, Papa Chu was intent on turning his 2 bundles of joy into millionaires. He tried to get Tophia to be a stock trader while he flip-flopped between making Brother Chu do the same and also encouraging him to lean into IT. He dissuaded Tophia from wanting to open a restaurant because it's an oversaturated market. When the IT career didn't work out, Brother Chu had to become a stock trader, and Tophia could do whatever she wanted, but when her brother figured out how to fix the brakes on a car, he had to become a mechanic, and Tophia had to get on stocks again. This was all happening around the time when he wasn't taking his bipolar medication, instead replacing it with testosterone pills, which, I mean, maybe he'll get really jacked. It's possible. Honestly, it's pretty hard to feel sorry for them despite that. Similarly, it's kind of hard to hate their goofball of a father who returned to social media shortly after this, showing off his delectable feast.
999.
Let's be honest, he probably ate the panties too. But the rest of the family weren't about to let Papa Chu one-up them. In January, Tophia invited Mama Chu to Comic-Con. She somehow scrounged up the money to pay $151 for the tickets and was planning to spend more money to get signatures from people there. When viewers pointed out the fact that she was spending her money pretty irresponsibly, she felt the need to defend herself.
And I'll tell you why Comic-Con is better than living in a home. Because I don't have to have in the back of my mind that I'm going to be evicted because I don't own my house. You know, because the thought hits my head. Like, people are out here to constantly harass me. Why would I want to rent a place, to be asked to leave, to have to shove all our stuff back in storage, and not be set in a place? You know what? Comic-Con is actually better because why do I have to sit in a car all day and be miserable? Why do I have to not get out, walk around because I can't be sitting in a car? That's not healthy, right?
As it turns out, inviting her mom was probably...
Here's why you shouldn't probably be at a Comic-Con or anywhere spending your money reckless. You are homeless. You need to work. You need the job. You need to pay for basic necessities first. You cannot be spending your money on wants. You need to be spending your money on needs and saving it.
Be a pretty bad idea, since Mama Chu couldn't hold her bladder, which Tophia had no issue exposing to the entire world. Perhaps the funniest part of this is that TikTok was on the
holy fuck, bro.
Verge of being
Get her
banned,
a diaper.
meaning she would be cut off from her. Perhaps the funniest part...
Oh my, your fucking mom is peeing in the fucking middle of a Comic-Con. Literally, just get her some diapers. Stop.
Of this is that TikTok was on the verge of being banned, meaning she would be cut off from her only source of income within days. She had made an account on Red Note. There, she just got roasted even harder, this time by Chinese people as well. When the day of the ban finally came, she didn't take it too well, posting a very ominous message on her Instagram. "We know who's to really blame for this." She then posted a rant where she complained that TikTok wouldn't be paying her the $180 that they still apparently owed her. Whatever the case, the money couldn't have been that important, as she ended up getting Brother Chu into the Comic-Con venue, even though she originally hadn't bought a ticket for him. But while they were there, it seems like he did have some fun sporting this epic hat, and by the end of the con, they had somehow managed to pay $320. As of today, the family is still homeless. TikTok did come back, so Tophia continues to do daily live streams begging for donations, and the most recent update was that she admitted that she doesn't wash her lady parts because it's apparently self-cleaning and washing it could cause an infection.
Oh my god.
On one hand, Tophia is a victim of her circumstances, a child brought up in terrible conditions with an irresponsible mother and a basically schizophrenic father who was never pressured to learn hard work, fiscal responsibility, or even just
That's nature and nurture combined of like fucked up
basic
circumstances.
hygiene. On the other hand, she is a 30-year-old woman who always manages to make the worst possible choice and then spits venom at anyone who challenges her. Is there room for pity? Sure, but it's hard to feel bad when her response is nothing but bile, and she continues to worsen her life by posting on TikTok instead of just getting a job. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
I'm pretty sure her brother died, right? So, true brother. I'm pretty sure he died, right? Let's look it up. I remember this being a big thing.
March 11th, 2025 had just began. The sun wasn't even out yet, but everything was less than calm
Also,
as
I
a
gotta go back and
series
like all
of
these
brutal
videos.
crimes was being committed, with Tophia Slidell and the rest of her family being victims. During this incident, 3 people were shot and 2 passed away. One who was the suspect of these crimes, and the other being Donald Slidell Jr., also known as Brother Chu. And shockingly, the first anyone would ever hear about all of this came from Tophia herself, who after calling police would make a post to Instagram, which is highly disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hi guys, oh my god, my family was shot. They killed my brother. My brother's dead. Oh my god, my mom, he took the car. He stole the car and he got out. I said, get out, get out. And I didn't think my mom. Oh my god. My brother looked dead. Help me. Why? Why? Why did people on the internet? Oh my god. No. No. Why? I have nobody. Why did they do this? You guys, I don't know. My mom may be dead. I should have never left her in the car. I'm sorry. I freaked out because he was trying to take the car. My brother looked dead. Oh my god.
The Instagram story would cut there and people would be scrambling to find out exactly what had happened. And there were vast amounts of speculation on the subject. But the only things that people knew to be true at the time had come from media sources who were now reporting on this series of crimes.
Around Montgomery, just east of San Pedro, around 3:30 a.m. Then they say a car crashed in that area and there was a second shooting. Police say 2 people, including the suspect, were shot to death. A third person was also shot and taken to the hospital. Montgomery is still closed this morning in both directions.
Albuquerque police still have Montgomery shut down in both directions east of San Pedro for an investigation that we now know was 2 shootings and a crash all connected. So you're looking live, still an active scene out there and still shut down with the crime scene tape. That closure was near 2 apartment complexes at Marla Drive. Officers initially responded around 3 this morning for a shooting near San Mateo in Montgomery.
Then police just told us a car involved in that shooting crashed and a second shooting happened, again, all in this area on Montgomery.
So we know that homicide detectives are getting to that scene to start that investigation.
Man, mom. You tell me her dad went to jail, her brother died, her mom's hanging on a string. She made dumb ass. This is hard. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Actually, let me like turn on dark player.
March 11th, 2025 had just began. The sun wasn't even out yet. But
March 11th,
everything was
2025.
less than
Okay.
calm as a series of brutal crimes was being committed, with Tophia Slidell and the rest of her family being victims. During this incident, 3 people were shot and 2 passed away. One who was the suspect of these crimes, and the other being Donald Slidell Jr., also known as Brother Chew. And shockingly, the first anyone would ever hear about all of this came from Tophia herself, who after calling police would make a post to Instagram, which is highly disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hi guys, oh my god, my family was shot. They killed my brother. My brother's dead. Oh my god, my mom, he took the car. He stole the car and he got out. I said, get out, and I didn't think my mom. Oh my god. My brother looked dead. Help me. Why? Why did people on the internet? Oh my god. No. Why? I have nobody.
I'm trying to see what's going on.
Do this?
Hold on, I'm a little bit
You
confused.
guys,
Hold on.
I don't know. My mom may be dead. I should have never left her in the car. I'm sorry. I freaked out because he was trying to take the car. My brother looked dead. Oh my god.
The Instagram story would cut there and people would be scrambling to find out exactly what had happened. And there were vast amounts of speculation on the subject. But the only things that people knew to be true at the time had come from media sources who were now reporting on this series of crimes.
Around Montgomery, just east of San Pedro, around 3:30 a.m. Then they say a car crashed in that area and there was a second shooting. Police say 2 people, including the suspect, were shot to death. A third person was also shot and taken to the hospital. Montgomery is still closed this morning in both directions.
Albuquerque police still have Montgomery shut down in both directions east of San Pedro for an investigation that we now know was 2 shootings and a crash all connected. So you're looking live, still an active scene out there and still shut down with the crime scene tape. That closure was near 2 apartment complexes at Marla Drive. Officers initially responded around 3 this morning for a shooting near San Mateo in Montgomery.
Then police just told us a car involved in that shooting crashed and a second shooting happened, again, all in this area on Montgomery.
So we know that homicide detectives are getting to that scene to start that investigation. It could be shut down for quite some time this morning.
Albuquerque police are investigating a pair of shootings and a crash in the Northeast Heights that appear to be connected. Now, officials say that around 3:30 this morning, officers were called to a shooting near Montgomery Park in San Mateo. You're taking a live look at the scene right there. Now, not long after, a vehicle that police say was involved in the shooting crashed on Montgomery just west of Louisiana. And then a second shooting occurred just after the crash. Now, police say that two people were killed and a third was taken to the hospital.
Confirmed details on the situation were very sparse at first. Like I just said, speculation
Sorry, I'm
was
trying to pay
running
attention,
absolutely
guys.
wild. But the news had
trying to
confirmed
figure out
that
what's going
3
on.
people were injured during all of this. That Brother Chew and the suspect had passed away, and Mama Chew was in the hospital for an unknown injury occurred during all of this. Speculation would get only worse when Tophia would post an update video hours after the incident had occurred, letting us know that not even she had all of the details.
Hey guys, I know I was advised not to post anything, but I want to keep you updated. From the article that I got, I'm still waiting to talk to detectives. I don't know if my mom or my brother are alive, but I'm not talking to anyone right now, only people that I really trust, so I'm sorry if I don't respond to you. I'm going through a lot. Please stay safe, guys.
So you saying somebody tried to rob them, rob the car, the brother died, and somehow the suspect died, and then the mom also got injured, and apparently her dad also went to jail that same night?
Tell your loved ones you love them. Hug them. You know, or my dad, because he won't take this kind. I don't know what's going on, but please stay safe. Take care of each other, please.
This would be all that we knew until a press conference was held about the situation, and it would reveal that Tophiachu and her family were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The suspect had come across the Slidell's car in a church parking lot and decided that they were going to carjack it. Tophiachu was able to exit the car with no problems, but Mama Chu and Brother Chu were not so lucky, with Brother Chu being fatally shot during the robbery. The suspect would take the car and crash it near an apartment complex, only a short distance away, and it would be there that a security guard working for said complex would intervene, getting into a shootout with the suspect. The security guard seems to have come away physically unscathed, but the attacker had passed away and Mama Chu had been shot in the scuffle, causing her to be taken to the hospital where she is reported to be in stable condition. After the press conference, residents around town started to get the full story, one even recording a snippet of what he had heard on the radio.
With the suspect. As they fought, there's a security guard for the apartment complex just to the south side of Montgomery. He got involved and intervened. Somehow the confrontation moved into the parking lot of the apartment complex, and shots were fired. The suspect was killed. The mother, whose son also died, was hospitalized.
This dude's like working in a fucking bulldozer, and he, god damn!
From what I've been able to gather, here is the short version of what happened. The suspect found their car in a church parking lot. He decided to rob them, and at some point during the robbery, Brother Chu was fatally shot. Tophia would flee, and the suspect would take the car along with Mama Chu in the back seat a short distance until they crashed. Near an apartment complex, the suspect and the person who he had crashed into proceeded to get into some kind of a fight, and a security guard for said apartment complex would come out and confront the suspect. A shootout followed where the suspect didn't make it and Mama Chu was injured. On the same day that all of this happened, Donald Slidell Sr. was arrested for breaking and entering. He's been arrested quite a few times now, so I have no idea how long he'll spend in jail for this. And I have no idea.
This guy's the definition, like, you just need to throw away the key. Jesus fucking Christ.
If the news of his family.
Holy fuck.
Has reached him yet. I want to keep my opinions regarding the situation pretty minimal, but this is without a doubt one of the most disturbing things that I have ever covered. Waking up this morning to this news was nothing short of shocking. You never expect that it's going to be you or even someone that you know about, but it goes to show that reality is often very dangerous. Tophia and her family were truly in the wrong place at the wrong time. This wasn't a crime of passion. It was a robbery gone wrong, one that has completely shattered a family and sent an entire community into turmoil. And with even more details on the situation yet to be released, the true ripple effect of what has happened is still yet to be seen.
Damn. It is fucked up. Actually, I just should go to my history. 999. 990. Is it not right here? Alright. Who else do we got? Oh, we got Cyraxx. Oh, Wings. Really didn't shake his money maker? Alright, let's see what this is about. Get some Rings of Redemption, and probably after this I'm gonna call it. I've been streaming for 4 hours, a little bit over 4 hours. Mind you, this guy said he feel like he does the same thing as Burnt Peanut, which meaning either he feel like Burnt Peanut delivers the most shit ass uninspiring content, or he feel like he delivers the most energetic content and engaging content. He's haven't said anything yet. Unbelievable.
Hey, Eli. I'm not. I was bored.
Bored?
I don't have the ads on. Like, only ads that come on are the ones when you enter the stream and when you leave the stream, and I can't control how many they put out on those. And I'm telling you guys the truth about that. How was my day? It existed. I mean, my day has pretty much been like, I ate a burger and I've played 5 hours of this, and I played some Requiem. Yeah, I've beaten this game without dying before. Like, I've put a lot of time into, like, From Software games. Like, these are generally the games I play a lot offline. Let's see, why is Wing Zero timed? Can we please stop talking about the troll stuff, please? Let me make sure the ads are off. People are saying they're getting ads. Ads are on, my bad.
Yeah.
Manual, save. Alright, so we took
Wings
ads
was
are off
raised
now,
wrong.
my bad. Like, somehow they got kicked on. That is my fault.
Not a single
You
bit
don't
of
need to
energy.
like a video on multiple accounts, Woody's Gamer Tag. Just like it once on whatever account you want to.
He's already this is like I just clicked on this video and I already feel like
multiple accounts to like a video.
Down watching him. Like, I already feel like depressed watching him. Holy fuck.
I have something special. I don't know what I have special that you think I have that other streamers don't have. Like, I'm as boring as the day is fucking long. Like, I don't know what I'm doing half the fucking time. I sit here and just hope things work out.
Kelly is afraid of you.
Alright, let's go get the cat ring. This isn't going to be the longest stream of the day. Like, we're going to do like an hour or two. I wanted to play.
You got
so
nothing to
let's
live
jump back
for.
on. Alright, so for the
I mean, from viewer perspective, the right side, but his left side of his fucking nose is like.
Would I survive in prison?
Hella like fucking breakage.
I'm pretty to myself. Can you please stop asking prison questions, dude? Yeah, to myself.
All you could have did was do this. Look, I'm about to show you. If you could get 1K per day in prison, how many days will you sign up for? So I think I'm not gonna lie to you. If I can get my own cell and I get like isolation, like get put in a hole or just get like protected custody, all I know is I would need to get my own cell. If I can get my own cell and like we're locked down 23 hours max and like we only go out for like, I think shower and like, what's it called? Like sunlight or something like that, or like yard time. I think I can possibly do like, I'd say 3 months. That'd be like 90K, right? So 3 months, 90K. I think I can be able to do that. But granted, like, do I got like a video game or like computer or some shit like that? Do I got like a TV that's gonna keep me entertained, or do I only got like books, a paper, and a pen? If I only got books, paper, and pen, I probably want to make it like a few days. Honestly, fuck it.
Can you please stop asking prison questions?
He just asked a general question. Is, oh my god, man.
Yeah, we fucked up already. It's fine. Favorite midnight snack? Anything I can get my hands on.
So everything.
No, I'm not going on fucking fish tank. Not without pay. How much to travel and meet with DSP for a few days?
His face is like completely like breaking out. I wonder, the fact since he has no libido and like he basically had like erectile dysfunction, I wonder, do like for him to like still please Kelly, do he let her sit on his face and like he eat it? Do you think he does that? I don't know.
Plane trip all the way to Washington? I'd have to do the math. Let me finish this section up here and I'll look some plane tickets up and I'll do the quick math for you. I don't know where Phil lives at, but let's just go to, I'm just gonna go to Seattle. Right? I don't know where Phil actually lives at.
Okay.
But I know he lives in Washington.
Okay.
And we're gonna return. Let's return that Friday. Departing the 7th.
This is boring. This is super boring now.
Find my flight. All right, so this is. I should have put 2 adults because, like, I have to buy 2 plane tickets.
Why? Oh, because you're morbidly obese. But you're 450
Because, like, Southwest
fucking
has
pounds.
assigned seats now. Southwest usually held your boy down. All right, so. If I get a mid-sized car as a rental,
why is he actually like breaking down this shit legitimately, of like how much it would cost to go on a trip? Just say, oh, probably around like $4,000.
That's for a plane trip there, back for 2 tickets, and
Jesus
a
Christ,
mid-sized
he's so
car
autistic.
rental for 3 days. So it's $1,800. Then I also gotta have 2 hotel stays. Let's go and add that to be another $300. So it's gonna be around the realm of $2,400 to go see Phil. That would be the price. It would be $2,500. would cost me to go see Phil. Can I fit comfortably on a plane? No.
So he would rather answer that.
Usually I have Kelly with me, and I just scrunch up next to her, and I push myself into the window as much as humanly possible, and she bears the brunt of it.
So he would answer
For the
that
most part,
question,
no.
say everything, and take that time to answer your question, but couldn't answer the prison question for 1K. What a
I don't
idiot.
eat $400 worth of food in 2 days, bud.
Yes, you do.
As much as I'd like to feed like a fat shit like that, my food budget for like a day is like $20, right? But I factored in food budget on that, and I factored in $150 on that number I gave you. And the reason I did that is because, like, obviously if you go into Phil's house, you wanted to go out to a nice dinner at some point. You probably want to go to a steakhouse or something, and you're going to spend $50 to $60 there. Wings, all the value is peace is being comfortable. A good person will be comfortable. A good person will be uncomfortable for people they love, but you only care about not being anxious. Why won't you go to the races with Kelly? I mean, like, the reason I don't go to the races with Kelly is exactly why you hit the nail on the head. Like, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to walk long periods of time and just be miserable for something I know I won't enjoy to begin with. And it's a selfish aspect of it.
Right.
Oh, it's because I'm disgusted in myself.
I was
It's
distracted.
As much as I'd like to feed like a fat shit like that, my food budget for like a day is like $20.
Oh, it's not.
But I factored in food budget on that, and I factored in $150
It's not $20 a day.
on that number I gave you. And the reason I did that is because, like, obviously if you go into Phil's house, you wanted to go out to a nice dinner at some point. You probably want to go to a steakhouse or something, and you're going to spend $50 to $60 there. Wings, all the value is peace is being comfortable. A good person will be comfortable. A good person will be uncomfortable for people they love, but you only care about not being anxious. Why won't you go to the races with Kelly?
He doesn't want to go to the races with Kelly due to the fact that he doesn't care about her hobbies and he doesn't care about her interests. And he probably sees it as a waste of time and a waste of money, which he literally said he thinks it is a waste of time and waste of money. Because, in my honest opinion, if she was actually showing like growth and change and probably ability in what her hobby is, I would be, if I had somebody similar, if I had a wife similar to her, I would be supporting it. But all I see from Kelly and her running is that she's looking for like some type of activity to do. And that's like one of the fucking easiest things to do, like to say you're a professional runner or whatever, or say you're a jogger. And all you gotta do is fucking run. So she signs up for these events, which they most likely give out like participation awards or like little baskets, but you got to pay for that. So it doesn't really mean much if you're paying for it. I can see if it's like a prize. Like, I think she got there's a sign up fee. Like, I'm kind of with him on that. Like, it's for her to be doing it, it's a joke. It's like me with BJJ. It's like me, one of my, excuse me, my ear is like really irritated right now. It's like me with BJJ. It's like me getting my wife to be like, I don't have a wife, but like having a wife to come to my BJJ practice, knowing that I'm a straight up amateur and like it doesn't look good. Like I'm still in the beginning phase. But not only I'm in the beginning phase, but it's not like I only been doing it for a few months though. She's been doing this running shit for I don't know how long, and like she's clearly is not making any progress in her fucking ability. Just because out the single fact I can see her weight, and her weight is extremely large. So she's definitely just wasted money and just thinks it's like a, and that might not be her goal to fucking lose weight, but come on, dude. Like, be for real. I'm with him. I'm with him on that, dude. Just run around the fucking house. Just run it. Just get a treadmill or something and do something like that. You're just it's bullshit.
I mean, like, the reason I don't go to the races with Kelly is exactly why you hit the nail on the head. Like, I'm afraid that I'm gonna have to walk long periods of time and just be miserable for something I know I won't enjoy to begin with. And it's a selfish aspect of it. Oh, it's because I'm disgusted in myself. He's like, it's a part of myself that you don't want to vocalize, but at the same time, he's completely right. It's like, because I don't have any faith in my ability, and I hate, like, every time I leave the house, I feel like somebody's making fun of me because I'm a fucking beach ball. All right.
So you don't want to leave the house because you feel like you're gonna.
Unhappy with myself.
You don't want to leave the house because you feel like people are making fun of you, so you stay in your house. But then you hop online and stream to people, to way more people who's able to see you. But that doesn't stop you from getting made fun of. You still get made fun of, but you still stream. But you don't want to go out the house? Shut the fuck up, dude.
In that regard.
You're a moron. When you address the gaming singles and mingles page, if you're happily married, why are you on those pages? Because he's unattracted to Kelly. He's a freak.
I'm not on those pages.
Yes, you are.
Like, there's all kinds of pages that are on my Facebook feed that I'm not actually joined.
Sure, buddy, sure.
Wings, would you say Kelly's happy with your marriage even though you don't do anything for her? Why do you say I don't do anything for her? Like, you have the impression that I don't do anything for her.
You slammed the wife on the table.
Do I talk to the PK guys at all? I do not.
You slapped her hand.
I barely talk to the Lolcow guys.
Yeah.
This is gonna... Dude, that right here is looking bad.
Damn, that shit looks awful. That shit looks nasty.
My Lord. Oh, I'm so fucking broken.
Lord have mercy. Look at that. What the hell? Oh, come on, man. Oh, that's so nasty. Oh,
that's dumb as fuck.
Why, low? He's just got a bunch of clothes on his couch too.
Yeah, I got a breakout on my face right now. It sucks.
I think Kelly be sitting on it.
My thing is, I go to a dermatologist and I have like this rash that happens on my face, and I have this medicated shampoo that I got to put on my face.
I think that's just signs of like unhealthy living.
I gotta go to another dermatologist when I don't feel like paying for it, because it's like $100 a visit, and then the medicine's like $30 a bottle. So it's like $130 I don't want to spend. That's where it's at.
I think that's just signs of having like
to be like what I normally ask for donation goal wise.
I think that's just signs of like unhealthy living conditions. Like your body is clearly like reacting to the shit you do to your body.
But that's just happenstance, I promise you. All right, where are we at? We're 2 hours in because it's time to hit the e-bag. Currently at $50. If you enjoyed the stream tonight, throw some love my way. If you can't afford to throw love my way, I understand times are hard. Please hit the like button. Thank you guys for tuning into my stream and spending your evening with me. It's 1:35. How fat am I tonight? Well, my thought process is I was like, do I want to go get McDonald's? Because like McDonald's stopped serving.
With great consequences come great actions, pimp. That's like one of my favorite quotes from him. Consequences have actions, pimp.
Like dinner at like 3 o'clock. I want to go get McDonald's.
You want to go get McDonald's, okay, at 3 o'clock.
Because like McDonald's stopped serving like dinner at like 3 o'clock.
I think they stopped serving dinner around like 5.
But I'm like, I don't really need McDonald's. McDonald's, I need sleep for dinner is what I need. We're not gonna be live too much longer though. I just wish they did. I wish they did better. I've streamed 8 hours. I still haven't made my donation goal. If you combine both streams.
Wow, just another burnt peanut.
We got boss weapons. Get down, get down. All right, boys. I think we're gonna call it there. Appreciate everybody for coming out.
Alright, that's it for me. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. I had one person come by and comment, dumb888. He commented on the Rumble stream. He said, Lord God Almighty is coming soon. Repent, ask Christ into your heart to be born again. Depression, emptiness of the soul, fear of death gone. True love, hope, peace, joy, and eternal life found. KJV John 3:37. Thank you for that comment again. I really enjoyed this stream. I did 4 hours in what, 40 minutes? It's 4 hours and 38 minutes right now, but let's just say 4 hours and 40 minutes legitly, because like it took me about a good 13 minutes to 15 minutes max to like get everything fully worked out in the settings to make sure the audio's doing good. Like I said, I really enjoyed doing this. Yeah, I really definitely enjoyed doing this. We did Tophiachu. That's a person I've been wanting to get into. To her knowledge and history. I've been seeing her name pop up here and there. And oh snap, Anti-Morty made a video about her. Okay, cool. We're gonna probably dive into some more history of her and Nova Online. I also don't know if I did a conclusion summary of her, but I will say this. She's definitely needs to be monitored. A lot of these guys, like I don't know what it is, but maybe if I'm not mistaken, one of the few common things, I'll probably say DSP. No, well, I think there was something where they say DSP dated a 17-year-old while he was like 20 something. But I don't know. I don't know if that's fully true or not, but I'm literally not, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes down to it, I'm pretty sure every major locale, every time it comes down to it, they have horrible hygiene. They are PDF files. They are always scamming people. Not fully self-aware, and outright a piece of shit. And like Tophiachu definitely showed that. And I think it only showed that when was she talking to a? I know her brother was talking to a minor. I think she was talking to a minor. I already kind of forgot, but I think the main part that stuck out to me was the scamming when people donated money for her rent and she spent it at a Comic-Con. Yeah, this person is pretty bad. Same thing with Nova Online. Granted, I don't know if I've already forgot with Tophiachu. God damn it! But with Nova Online, yes, I don't think you should be in a full fucking baby costume or diaper costume or diaper or whatever onesie and be, how can I say, talking to a 14-year-old FaceTiming. Like, I don't know, man. That's ridiculous. That's stop. Same thing with Tophiachu. If I'm not mistaken, I remember her brother was caught talking to a minor, but I think she was caught talking to a minor as well. I already kind of forgot the story, but same thing with her. You can be a piece of shit to yourself and you're like whatever. Oh yeah, the animal abuse that was going on. That dog definitely died from abuse. I think that dog died, or they just let it run away. That dog doesn't have a good ending, in my opinion. But all right, overall, I really enjoyed this. I'm glad hopefully y'all enjoyed this. I can definitely expect more content like this from me. I think the next stream that I do later on today or tomorrow will be a gaming stream, and I think we're gonna have R6. We're gonna have R6, Warzone, and Fight Night. Yeah, I gotta look at my Xbox. That might be the trifecta. Also, like I said, my achievement hunting video is still in the works, and also the drawing video for it is still in the works. So just still give me time on that. I might spend some time editing that today instead of going live again today. But overall, I really enjoyed myself. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself, and y'all gonna see more content like this in the future. My name is Links Acumen, bounded by change, linked through passion. Hopefully y'all have a great day. Thank y'all.